Chapter 26:57. Damn it! The few elders gritted their teeth. This matter was too strange. Leif Daudenier didn't say a word. His face was cold as he urged the war god chariot forward. Whoosh! The group moved very quickly. As they spoke, they had already traveled more than 300,000 miles. During this time, the invincible kings attacked a few more times. However, Leif Daudenier controlled the war god chariot to quickly dodge. Every time he dodged, his face paled a little. Clearly, this kind of dodging was very taxing on him. If he persisted a little longer, he would reach the family. Leif Daudenier gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing. Behind him, the invincible king sneered. "It seems that you are really naive. Since that's the case, let us show you our inescapable net." As he spoke, the green-robed old man activated his jade-green bell. Immediately, the sound of the bell filled the air and spread out, forming a strange sound wave. Clearly, he was notifying his companions. Buzz! Buzz! Not long after, countless black clouds appeared in the surroundings. They were like demons and monsters rolling toward them. There were these terrifying dark clouds in all directions. In an instant, they completely enveloped the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. Not good. Seeing this strange scene, the Yi family elder's expression changed. Leif Daudenier's face was gloomy. "Charge!" He shouted coldly and activated the war god chariot. It exploded with millions of golden rays, and at the same time, an immortal king phantom appeared on his body, roaring to the 9 heavens. He charged forward like a madman. In front of him, the black clouds dispersed and black-robed men appeared, laughing coldly. When they saw Leif Daudenier, their eyes bloomed with fiery red light. "It's him. It's that kid. Catch him. Reward him heavily." They screamed crazily, but soon many of them were sent flying. Most of them were almighties and peerless experts. Although Leif Daudenier was seriously injured, the war god chariot he was driving was an extremely terrifying ancient treasure. Moreover, the immortal king phantom wasn't something that just anyone could resist. In an instant, hundreds of black-robed men were sent flying, vomiting blood. The weaker ones were directly killed. Blood dyed the world red. A terrifying scene surrounded them. "Humph, a bunch of ants want to stop me?" When the other black-robed men saw this scene, they were shocked. Is this a saint physique? He was too powerful. Damn it, looking at his appearance, he was still seriously injured. To think that it could still unleash such power. No wonder he was able to escape from the hands of so many unrivaled kings. These people were extremely shocked. "That's great. Let's get out of here." When the elders of the Yi family saw this, they regained their hope. Leif Daudenier went all out, and his golden war chariot shot through the air like a bolt of golden lightning. Boom! However, it was at this moment that a loud explosion rang out between heaven and earth. A streak of black, demonic chi pierced through and turned into a black sun, crashing into the golden chariot. With a hong sound, heaven and earth collapsed. A terrifying black hole extended outwards, and the golden war chariot was blasted backwards. Puff, 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 Leif Daudenier and the other 4 elders coughed up mouthfuls of blood, their faces filled with terror. "Damn it, who are you? You still want to leave?" In front of them, a tall figure walked out. He wore black armor and held a black hammer in his hand. His body emitted a monstrous power. He was the one who had unleashed that attack earlier, an invincible king. The elders of the Yi family were shocked, and their faces became extremely ugly. Leif Daudenier frowned. Damn it! Another invincible king had appeared. The situation was critical. Their escape route had been blocked, and 4 invincible kings had locked them in the air. There were also thousands of black-robed men around them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Moreover, this was only the vicinity. Who knew if there were more black-robed men ahead? Damn it! Could it be that the Yi family was really surrounded? The elders of the Yi family were filled with terror. They hadn't believed it before, but now it seemed that these people really had set up an inescapable net around the Yi family. Boom! In this moment of crisis, a dazzling light exploded in the distance, as though it were an eternal light. Everyone within 10 million kilometers saw it, and they all looked up. Leaf, Daudenier, and the other elders of the Yi family looked up. The black-robed men also frowned, their expressions grave. What's going on? Someone was fighting. The elders of the Yi family cried out in alarm. It's the aura of our holy weapons. They were too excited. It seemed that the family had discovered them. Leaf, Daudenier breathed a sigh of relief, but then he was shocked. From the looks of it, the two sides were fighting fiercely. Just who could possibly stand up to the Yi family? So what if they're fighting? Our people aren't people you can imagine. Don't expect them to come and save you. The four invincible kings laughed coldly, while Leaf Daudenier's expression darkened. Elders, hurry up and send word to the family. I can hold them off for a while. Actually, there was no need for Leaf Daudenier to say anything. The elders of the Yi family had already sent word. Attack! Hurry up and capture him. A long night is fraught with dreams, the green-robed king said coldly. They didn't dare to be careless. The four invincible kings attacked together, while the surrounding black-robed men watched from a distance. Kid, you're going to die obediently. The four of them laughed savagely, and terrifying light exploded. The four invincible kings were sent flying, and the surrounding black-robed men were even more shocked. Damn it! What just happened? Meanwhile, Leaf Daudenier urged the golden chariot to flee. As it turned out, he had just detonated a mid-heaven tier treasure. The power of the explosion was so terrifying that it had forced the four invincible kings to retreat. Kid, you won't be able to escape. The four invincible kings' expressions darkened. The explosion had forced them back, but it wasn't enough to threaten them. Snorting coldly, they attacked again. At the same time, they issued orders to stop him. The surrounding black-robed men unleashed furious lotuses, filling the sky with light. Leaf Daudenier was in a critical situation. Was he really going to die here? The four elders' faces were incomparably pale. They were already at their doorstep. Dying here was too depressing. Leaf Daudenier was covered in blood. Although he had a saint body, fighting invincible kings was too much for him. And four invincible kings at that. In the blink of an eye, many of his bones were broken, and the golden light dimmed. The immortal king projection let out an unwilling roar. Don't struggle, kid. You're going to die today. The four invincible kings laughed coldly. Just as they were about to succeed, off in the distance, another shocking wave of energy came. What's going on? Are the Yi family people coming? Or are they our people? When they looked up, the first thing they saw was black light. Seeing this, the four invincible kings breathed sighs of relief. They had used black robes, black light, and black energy to conceal themselves. Therefore, when they saw the black light, they immediately assumed it was one of their own. It was over. There was no hope. Leaf Daudenier and the Yi family elders were ashen. From the looks of it, more reinforcements had arrived. What could they do? Chapter 2658. The black light that came from afar suddenly shot out 4 pillars of light that reached the sky and blasted over. The light was very fast, arriving beside them in an instant. It carried a monstrous aura. Then, the 4 invincible kings beside them were sent flying. The surrounding black-robed people who were affected directly split open and turned into a bloody mist. In an instant, all kinds of miserable cries rang out. The terrifying light swept through the 9 heavens. What happened? The Yi family elders were stunned. Yi Wudao seized the opportunity to activate the golden chariot, forming a terrifying defense that wrapped around them. Perhaps it wasn't one of them. The black-robed people screamed. Damn it, who was it? They retreated like crazy. The 4 invincible kings were also sent flying. Damn it, Their gazes were like sharp heavenly blades, piercing through the void as they stared ahead. Spirit boat, it's a spirit boat. The black light in front of them gradually approached. Then they could finally see it clearly. The black light was a spirit boat. It was abnormally simple, and the flickering runes on it dazzled them. Damn it, it doesn't seem to be one of us, the black-robed people roared. Yi Wudao and the others were also shocked. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's figure appeared. Wudao, are you okay? Brother Lin, it's you. Seeing Lin Xian, Wudao was also surprised, but then he smiled. The Yi family elders were even more excited. Hall Master Lin, please save him. They recognized Lin Xian. He was also a peerless genius, and behind him stood a mortal palace. He was very mysterious. If he helped, perhaps they really had a chance to escape. Lin Xian smiled. I came here to help Wudao. Don't worry, Immortal Palace has already notified the Yi family. The Yi family has already begun to move. Come with me first. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a black light enveloped Yi Wudao and the Yi family elders. Lin Xian wanted to pull them into the black earth. Once inside, no matter how fierce the enemy's attacks were, they wouldn't be able to break through the black earth. They would be safe. Damn brat, how dare you! Seeing that the other party wanted to help, the black-robed people roared crazily. The 4 invincible kings, however, laughed loudly. Reckless brat. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you too. They didn't care at all because they could see that the other party was only a 7-star expert. Such a cultivation base was like an ant in front of them. How dare he resist? The Black Hammer Invincible King waved the hammer in his hand and smashed it out. When Lin Xian saw this, he sneered and entered the Black Earth, using the Black Earth to block the attack. With a bang, countless cracks appeared all around. The Black Earth was unharmed just based on the 4 of you old farts. You can't kill me. Lin Xian Wudao of Immortal Palace, Yi Wudao Lin Xian of the Yi Wudao of Immortal, but this kid. But now, the lad before them was no pushover. At the very least, the spirit vessel in his hands was of a high grade, allowing him to withstand their attacks. Don't even think about it. The green-robed Invincible King and the Black Hammer Invincible King were very fast. In an instant, they arrived beside Yi Wudao and the others. They actually followed the beam of light and flew forward together. Soon, the 2 of them entered the Black Earth. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, the remaining 2 invincible kings laughed crazily. The surrounding black-robed people also looked ferocious. So what if the other party's spirit boat was powerful? Their 2 invincible kings went in and killed everyone. Soon, the other party's corpse would be thrown out. But after waiting for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, no corpse came out. Not only that, the Black Earth turned into a stream of light, knocking dozens of black-robed people away and flying forward. Damn it, what's going on? The surrounding black-robed people were stunned. The 2 invincible kings were also stunned. Damn it! Chase after him. We can't let them escape. Contact the people in front and have them set up the Skynet formation to kill them. Although they didn't know what was going on, they wouldn't let the other party escape. On the other side, when Yi Wudao and the Yi clan elders entered the Black Earth, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the 2 invincible kings following them, their faces turned ugly. Not good, this time they were really dead. Inside the spirit boat, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Let's see where you can run this time. Damned ant, kneel down obediently and accept your death. The 2 invincible kings looked at Yi Wudao and the others and sneered. The green-robed invincible king stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. You 2 dare to interfere with our business? In a moment, I'll let you know what it means to be torn to shreds. You'll wish you were dead. Brother Lin, I've implicated you. Yi Wudao's expression was ugly. No matter. Lin Xian waved his hand, not nervous at all. Wasn't it just two invincible kings? He couldn't fight them before, but with the formation suppressing his cultivation base, that wasn't necessarily the case, although it would consume half of his resources. If he could get the rings of holding of the two invincible kings, he would definitely be able to make up for it. He could even make a big profit. Therefore, Lin Xian said, "Black Earth, move out. You don't know what's good for you. You want to attack us?" The two invincible kings sneered and prepared to attack. However, the world around them spun, and countless runes flickered, enveloping the two invincible kings, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Yi Wudao and the Yi clan elders were stunned. They saw a strange formation in front of the spirit boat, emitting an aura that made their hearts tremble. Then, the two invincible kings, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, disappeared. They seemed to be floating in the formation, but it didn't look very clear. What was going on? Where was Brother Lin? They looked around in shock. At this time, Black Earth floated over. "Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Xian will take care of the two invincible kings. You can rest here for now. There are spirit fruits and recovery pills here. There are also many cultivation rooms. You can rest at ease." When Leaf Daudenier and the other Yi clan elders heard that, they were completely taken aback. Those were two invincible kings. They couldn't even defeat them. So how could Lin Xian deal with them alone? They really couldn't understand. What was even stranger was that the one speaking was a sword, a broken black sword. It was too strange. Yi Wudao was also worried. Was Brother Lin really fine? "And what's your name?" "Don't worry, he's fine. This formation has a strange effect." Chapter 2659. Yi Wudao and the rest of the Yi family asked some simple questions again. Then, they entered their respective cultivation rooms and prepared to cultivate and recover. The pursuit during this period of time had consumed too much of their energy, and they were all seriously injured. As a result, Yi Wudao's injuries were even worse. If they didn't clean it up now, it would definitely affect their cultivation and martial path in the future. Therefore, these people didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. They were recovering with all their strength. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were fighting with the two invincible kings. He, too, controlled the Black Earth and flew towards the Yi family. At the same time, he was trying to contact the Yi family. On the Yi family's side, the battle was very intense. The Yi family elders' faces were gloomy. They had used 3 intact holy weapons, and they had fully recovered, but they still couldn't suppress the other party. This was too shocking for them. They even wanted to use more holy weapons. Many people suggested to the patriarch that they use extreme weapons to destroy the other party. This time they were really too angry. When had their Yi clan ever been attacked by others? The warriors in the surrounding cities were also terrified. Of course, they didn't dare to go and could only obediently stay in the city. However, their hearts were in turmoil. Who dared to start a war with the Yi family? Was it someone from the Immortal Palace? As He too was flying, he caught a few familiar energy traces. He changed direction and rushed over. It was the Palace Master's spirit ship. The Great Guardian and the 6 guardians also cried out in surprise. "Palace Master, we are here." They hurriedly transmitted their voices. He too shot down a ray of black light, enveloping the Great Guardian, the 6 guardians, and the black-dressed woman, Xiao Wu. The 3 of them entered the Black Earth and quickly asked. He too gave a simple explanation. When they learned that Lin Xian was fighting with 2 invincible kings, they were extremely shocked. No way! Was the Palace Master in danger? They were too shocked. There was no danger. Could it be that the Palace Master had broken through to the invincible king realm? Seeing the shock of the 3, He too shook his head. No, that formation could suppress the cultivation of invincible kings. There was such a magical formation. They were shocked. When they learned that Yi Wudao was also here, they completely heaved a sigh of relief. They revealed a smile. "That's great. This time, I've done the Yi family a huge favor. Thinking about it, the Yi clan would definitely not mistreat them. After a simple discussion, they sat down cross-legged and began to recover. The invincible kings outside were all going crazy. What was going on? So many people had been taken away by the spirit boat? That was especially true when the invincible kings realized that Leif Daudenier was on the ship and began to chase after him like madmen. The Black Earthen was followed by 5 or 6 invincible kings and countless black-robed men. This scene was very frightening, but the Black Earth went all out and left them far behind in the dust. When they arrived at the Yi family, the Great Protector and the others stood up because the battle here was the most dangerous. They were all filled with holy might, and even invincible kings didn't dare to approach them. The black-robed men also roared angrily and quickly transmitted the message to their leaders. He wanted them to kill him. Sure enough, in the sky, a black-robed man received the news and coldly shouted. He waved a snake-coiling cane and directly charged over. This crutch was an undamaged sacred weapon, and a saint's aura directly enveloped the black earth. Seeing this, the black-robed man laughed. With a sacred weapon in hand, no matter how strong the opponent was, they wouldn't be able to block it. Let's do it too. Seeing this, the Great Protector directly took out a golden decree and sent it out. Outside the black earth, the golden decree unfolded, and mysterious runes flickered as a vast power blocked the attack. This golden decree was also a sacred weapon, and an undamaged one at that. At the same time, the 6 Great Protectors sent another message to the Yi family, telling them to quickly come to their aid. The Yi family was extremely anxious. The surrounding black-robed men were already so terrifying. How many people were chasing Leif Daudenier? They didn't dare to imagine. In fact, they were already preparing for the worst. But at this time, they received news from Immortal Palace. When they learned that Immortal Palace had brought Leif Daudenier back, they were wild with joy. Hurry and move out. Go and welcome him. Do whatever it takes. Bring them over to me, the Yi family patriarch roared. Immediately, the elders of the Yi family moved out. This time, they moved out over 1,000 people. When the Yi family was angry, it was extremely terrifying. The remaining people frantically activated their sacred weapons. Even a grand elder walked out from the forbidden area. Patriarch. When they saw this person, the experts were excited. The Yi family patriarch was also extremely respectful. This was because this was a true sacred weapon. The sacred weapon was in perfect condition, and the sacred weapon was sent out. Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying sacred might in the sky tore apart the black, demonic clouds. The world regained its clarity. The black-robed men quickly retreated, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Tens of thousands of black-robe cultivators were directly torn apart by this attack. Even the invincible kings were filled with fear. This was bad. The sacred weapon was attacking. Damn it! Where's Leif Daudenier? Asked one of the invincible Black Devil Kings, coldly. He was the leader of this operation, and the one who had summoned the demonic clouds millions of li away. Sir, it was taken away by someone. It was a black spirit boat. It was that one. Why did he point ahead? However, 2 of us invincible kings were also inside. Seeing this, the invincible Black Devil King coldly shouted and attacked. This was the final attack. But this time, tens of thousands of Yi family experts had moved out, making it impossible for the black-robed men to succeed. At this moment, an old figure walked out from across them. He gave them a sense of endless pressure. Not good, it's a sacred weapon. Damn it, could it be that this mission was going to fail? What do we do? The other black-robed men all looked at the invincible Black Devil King. The invincible Black Devil King was very decisive. If their attack failed, they wouldn't let their sacrifice go to waste. So, they quickly retreated like a black cloud. This is great. They finally retreated. The Yi family cultivators sighed in relief. The Black Earthen also arrived at the Yi family. Boom! The door opened, and the three protectors, as well as Yi Wu Dao and the others, walked out. Wu Dao! When the Yi clan members saw that Leaf Dao was still alive, they breathed a sigh of relief. But when they sensed that Yi Wu Dao was injured, they all turned savage. Damn it, who was it? I don't know. We were chased for a long time. Fortunately, Wu Dao had the projection of his ancestor. Otherwise, we really would have died. The elders all gnashed their teeth. Family head, we must take revenge. Someone actually dared to make a move on our future hope. This had indeed touched their bottom line. Chapter 2660. Damn it, he wasn't dead. How was that possible? The black-robed figures in the sky retreated to a certain distance, but they didn't leave immediately. They knew that the two invincible kings had entered the spirit vessel and were fighting. That gave them a glimmer of hope. After all, the two invincible kings had joined forces, while the other party only had a heavily injured elder and two 7-star experts. With such strength, how could he possibly contend against it? Perhaps Leaf Dao had already been killed in Massachusetts. Of course, that was only their guess. They wanted to see Leaf Dao corpse with their own eyes. However, things greatly exceeded their expectations. They didn't see Leaf Dao corpse, but he was alive. How was that possible? The invincible king's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Impossible. Green Robe and Black Hammer went in personally. Where were the two of them? Indeed, their companions had entered the spirit vessel. But why hadn't they killed Leaf Dao? And why hadn't the two of them come out yet? After Leaf Dao and the chief enforcer came out, Lin Xian also came out. He looked at the countless black-robed figures in the distance and sneered. What? Are you still waiting for the two invincible kings? They're here. With that, he waved his hand, and the two corpses flew out and landed on the ground. What was that? The Yi family elder was shocked and looked carefully. The countless black-robed figures in the sky were shocked. Dead. Green Robe and Black Hammer had been killed. Damn it, could there be other invincible kings in the spirit vessel? They didn't dare to believe it. The elders of the Yi family also cried out in alarm. Those were the corpses of invincible kings. Their faces were also filled with astonishment. Leaf Dao and the 4 elders with him were even more shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with disbelief. They had seen Lin Xian and the 2 invincible kings being enveloped by the formation with their own eyes. They had been worried about Lin Xian's safety, but now Lin Xian had killed 2 invincible kings. Damn it! Damn it! This scene made them feel as if they were dreaming. In the sky, those black-robed men roared madly. Their plan had failed. Their plan had been perfect, and they had deployed so many invincible kings that Leaf Dao was in a dire situation. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful the other party was, it would be difficult for him to escape. But now they had actually failed. Damn it! Who the hell is this brat? It's him. He's the one who messed up all my plans. That's right. If Lin Xian hadn't appeared, their plan would have been perfect. Leaf Dao would definitely be killed. However, the appearance of this person in front of them completely disrupted their plans. Leaf Dao was still alive, and none of them had taken advantage of him. Instead, it completely infuriated the Yi family. When the clan chief saw that Leaf Dao was alive and well, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he snorted coldly, and a piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes, turning into thousands of divine lights. Disciples of the Yi family, listen up. Kill them all. He had to find out who the mastermind was. With that order, the elders, experts, and young geniuses all moved out. The sage in the sky even reached out a palm that covered 5 million miles, completely enveloping everyone. The Yi clan retaliated. Run! The black-robed men screamed like madmen, and many of them hurriedly drew on their sacred weapons in an attempt to resist. However, the sage of the Yi family was simply too strong. He swept through everything. apart from the areas covered by the sacred weapons, which were temporarily able to resist. Everything else was destroyed. The black-robed men were reduced to a bloody mist, and their souls were extracted and collected by the Yi family elders. However, their cultivation levels were too low, and they didn't know the core secrets. In the blink of an eye, their souls were destroyed. The Yi clan had launched their most powerful counterattack. Great Protector Lin Xian and the others were also astonished, as expected of a primeval clan, a clan of the ancients. However, none of this had anything to do with them. Once the Yi clan got their hands on the truth, they could just ask about it. Off to the side, Leaf Daudenier and the others were taken to the Yi clan's forbidden area to recuperate. As for the Yi clan chief, he led the clan's elders, experts, and disciples to receive Lin Xian, the Grand Enforcer, and the others in the grandest fashion. They had no choice. Lin Xian had become their savior this time. If it weren't for him, Leaf Daudenier would have been killed. They couldn't bear the consequences. "Thank you for your help, Hall Master Lin." The Yi clan chief personally welcomed him. The Yi clan chief was too polite. Lin Xian cupped his hands and walked forward side by side with the Yi clan chief. In the main hall of Huihong there were songs and dances, and all kinds of rare fruits were placed on the table. The elders of the Yi clan were extremely grateful. After 3 rounds of wine, both sides were very happy. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "Yi clan chief, I came to the eastern wilderness this time because I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Hall Master Lin, as long as it's within the Yi clan's power, we will definitely not refuse." "Thank you very much." Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that the Yi clan was indeed loyal. "I came here to join forces with the Yi clan because I received news about the nest of 10,000 dragons." "What? News about the nest of 10,000 dragons?" Hearing this, the elders of the Yi clan were also surprised. The Yi clan chief was stunned. Then he waved his hand and said to the dancing beauties, "You can leave first." "Yes, clan chief." The beautiful disciples of the Yi clan quickly left. Only Lin Xian, the great guardian, and the others were left in the main hall. The elders and experts of the Yi clan. "Hall Master Lin, to be honest, we also know some information about the nest of 10,000 dragons, but we don't know the details. We only know that it seems to have been rumored in Zhongzhou for many years, but no one has really seen it." The Yi clan chief frowned. He thought that Lin Xian wanted to ask him about the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "This time, I received accurate information. I can definitely find the nest of 10,000 dragons." "What? Accurate information? Are you sure?" The Yi clan chief also gasped. The elders and experts of the Yi clan were even more shocked. Of course. With these words, Lin Xian briefly explained how he had obtained it. When everyone heard that the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons came out together with the Yuhua immortal robe, they believed it. They knew how big the commotion caused by the Yuhua immortal robe was. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually obtain news about the nest of 10,000 dragons during that opportunity. The nest of 10,000 dragons was of great importance. Once it appeared, it would affect the entire true spirit continent. At that time, it wouldn't just be a matter of Zhongzhou. Eastern wasteland, western desert, southern mountains, northern plains, and countless great sects would be alarmed. That scene would definitely be more spectacular than exploring an ancient tomb. Moreover, even if they found the nest of 10,000 dragons, it wouldn't be easy to break the seal of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Chapter 2661. My immortal palace can't swallow it alone, so I want to make some allies. The Yi family is my first stop. Good. My Yi family is willing to join forces to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Yi family head laughed loudly. They were already very happy that Yi Wudao's life was not in danger. They didn't expect that they would also receive an unexpected surprise. They learned about the nest of 10,000 dragons. The nest of 10,000 dragons was rumored to be the burial place of dragons. Dragons were mystical creatures, and they knew it very well. They were the most terrifying race among beasts. The burial place of dragons must have endless natural treasures, and even many great, divine abilities of dragons. Perhaps there were endless dragon veins. All of this was endlessly tempting for humans like them. Lin Xian was also happy because, although Immortal Palace was powerful, it also had its drawbacks. Firstly, the Immortal Palace he controlled was only the tip of the iceberg, and he couldn't mobilize all of its strength. Moreover, Immortal Palace had just appeared in the world. Although they had done some shocking things, their appeal was definitely not as strong as the Yi family. Moreover, he had many enemies, such as the Tai dynasty, the Yinyang sect, the Five Elements Palace, the War Clan, and so on. They were all shocking great forces. When the time came, these people would definitely join forces. Therefore, if he formed an alliance with the Yi family now, there would only be many benefits and no disadvantages. Next, Lin Xian, the Yi family head, and a group of elders began a close meeting. This meeting lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the others got up and left because they had reached an agreement. When the time came, they would join forces to hold a grand meeting and invite the sect masters and sacred lords of the great sage land in the world to discuss. Hall Master Lin, this time, my Yi family owes you a huge favor. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. The Yi family had led a group of Yi family experts out to send them off. Good. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yi family head, there's no need to send us off. We'll take our leave. With that, he and the other 2 boarded the Black Earth and left. After leaving the Yi family, the 6 protectors heaved a sigh of relief. This time it was really too dangerous. Who were these black-clothed men? They don't know yet. Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need to rush. With the Yi clan attacking with all their might, the fate of these black-clothed men would definitely be miserable. When the time came, all he had to do was ask Leaf Daudenier about them. By the way, Abaddon, after what happened with Leaf Daudenier, we've come to the conclusion that you're being targeted by some mysterious people. Therefore, we will send you an invincible king. Xiao Wu. With that, the lady in the black dress stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Greetings, Hall Master. An invincible king? Lin Xian was surprised. Then he smiled and said, no need to be so polite. Xing Tian was currently busy gathering the nest of 10,000 dragons and couldn't be by his side. It would be good to get another invincible king to protect him. After all, many people had their eyes on him now, because his performance in the ancient tomb was too dazzling. Moreover, this time, he threw out the corpses of 2 invincible kings. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. One had to know that he had a lot of enemies. The Yinyang sect, the Tai dynasty, the 5 palaces, and the war race were all great sects of the Holy Lands. If these forces sent invincible kings to kill him, it might be very troublesome. Now that there was such a beautiful invincible king, Lin Xian felt a lot more at ease. Next, let's go to the Jade Pool. Lin Xian controlled the Black Earth and flew in the direction of the Jade Pool. The Jade Pool was the holy land where Morong Qingqing was. He would definitely go there. Not only that, he would also make a trip to the Purple Dawn Holy Land. After all, Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were both holy maidens. With their help and recommendation, Lin Xian could quickly get in touch with these 2 great sage. Sure enough, when Lin Xian came to the Jade Pool, found Morong Qingqing, and told her about his idea, Morong Qingqing was also very surprised. Brother Xian, don't worry. I'll go tell Master now. Not only was Morong Qingqing the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, but she was also the last disciple of the Jade Pool sacred leader. When the Jade Pool sacred leader received the news, she also came out of seclusion in surprise and personally welcomed him. The Jade Pool sacred leader was known as the Queen Mother of the West. She was a very dignified and beautiful woman. Greetings to the Queen Mother of the West. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Hall Master Lin, you're too polite. You're the owner of a shop, so you're on the same level as me. The Queen Mother of the West's voice was very pleasant. Hall Master Lin, please. Queen Mother of the West, please. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless at all because the Jade Pool's sacred ground was also very terrifying and had produced a great emperor. Moreover, there were extreme weapons in the Jade Pool. It could be said that the Jade Pool was as terrifying as the Yi family. Next, Lin Xian and the Queen Mother of the West had a meeting. When Lin Xian mentioned the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Queen Mother of the West and all the elders of the Jade Pool were shocked. When they learned that Lin Xian had confirmed the news, their breathing quickened. I've already formed an alliance with the Yi family's head before this trip. I wonder what the Queen Mother of the West thinks this time. Of course I'm willing. The Queen Mother of the West was also tempted. All of this was as Lin Xian had expected. Next, he discussed some details with the Queen Mother of the West and the others again. Then, he stood up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing. Queen Mother of the West, I hope you can give Qingqing an invincible king, level guardian. Oh, why? The Queen Mother of the West was stunned. Every saint and saintess had a guardian, but this guardian was also based on the saint and saintess cultivation. Right now, Morong Qingqing's Tao Protector was an 8-star peak almighty. Of course, he had many trump cards in his hand, and he might even have a sacred weapon in good condition. After all, Morong Qingqing's safety was very important. The Yi family's sacred body, Yi Wudao, is being hunted down. I think the eastern wilderness will not be peaceful recently. What? Yi Wudao is being hunted down? The Queen Mother of the West was shocked, and the elders of the Jade Lake sacred ground gasped. Hall Master Lin, is what you said true? That's impossible. The Yi family is a clan of the ancients. Who would dare to attack them? Moreover, they came to assassinate Yi Wudao. These people all knew how important Yi Wudao was to the Yi family. Lin Xian said it's true. I think this news will spread soon. You can ask around and find out. Seeing Lin Xian so sure, the Queen Mother of the West's expression turned serious. It seemed that this matter had really happened. She said, "Don't worry, we will give Qingqing an invincible king level guardian, and he will also have a sacred weapon in good condition." Before figuring out who attacked the Yi family, these people did not dare to be careless. After all, the other party dared to attack the Yi family. Who knew if they would attack other geniuses? Big Brother Xian, where are you going next? Morong Qingqing asked from the side. Lin Xian smiled. I'm going to the Purple Dawn, sacred ground. Chapter 2662. The Queen Mother nodded. Okay. She was at ease with Lin Xian by her side. Moreover, she was very satisfied with Lin Xian from the simple interaction just now. Perhaps it was not impossible for the two of them to become a couple. Next, Lin Xian bid farewell to the Queen Mother and left the Jade Lake sacred ground with Morong Qingqing. They headed to the Purple Glow sacred ground. Purple Glow sacred ground. It was also a peerless sacred ground in the eastern wilderness. It was located in a fairyland. The purple qi that filled the sky was very beautiful. When Shen Jingqiu learned that Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing had come, she was very happy. She turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Brother Lin Xian, Sister Qingqing, you're both here. She jumped into Lin Xian's arms happily. This scene made the male disciples of the Purple Glow sacred ground envious. They all widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian with gritted teeth. Damn it, who is this guy? There were countless disciples in the Purple Glow sacred ground, but not everyone had seen Lin Xian before. Therefore, when they saw their saintess in the arms of a strange man, they were stunned. It's him, it's that kid. Damn it, I didn't expect him to come. Some people also recognized Lin Xian. What is he doing here? These people discussed animatedly and many of them directly reported to the elders. Sure enough, the elders of the purple glow, sacred ground came not long after. "Who are you? How dare you be rude to our saintess?" When the elders saw this scene, they immediately blew their beards and glared. Lin Xian let go of Xinjingqiu, looked into the distance and said indifferently, "I am the master of a mortal palace, Lin Xian. The master of a mortal palace." The elders were stunned, and then they were extremely shocked. They had heard of his name, but it was the first time many of the elders had seen him. When they saw the beautiful figure beside him, they cried out in surprise. The Jade Lake Saintess, Lin Xian, might be unfamiliar to them, but they were no stranger to Morong Qingqing. Both of them were from the Eastern Barren Territory, and the other party was the Saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How could they not know each other? For a holy maiden and a hall master who was on par with their hall master to come here together, it was likely that they had something important to discuss with him. They hurriedly said, "Please, gentlemen." Soon, an elder invited them over. Even more people went to inform their holy masters. The young ones also went back to call for help. When the young geniuses of the Purple Dawn Holy Land found out that their holy maiden had actually thrown herself into someone else's arms, they gritted their teeth so hard that they almost shattered. "Damn it, who is it? No, I must teach him a good lesson." Among them, many peerless geniuses charged forward murderously. "It's him, it's him." Many people pointed at Lin Xian and shouted from afar. Those peerless geniuses stared at Lin Xian and sneered. He was only a mid-stage 7-star king tier, so what was the big deal? "I'm going to destroy him now." These people wanted to make a move. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs popped out, because they found that their holy masters had actually personally welcomed the other party. "Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Fuck, dream, I must be dreaming. How could he be on the same level as the holy masters? Damn it, who is this kid?" Those peerless geniuses also felt cold all over. Fortunately, they didn't have time to make a move. Otherwise, they would have been slapped to death by their holy masters. It seemed to be some immortal palace master, but this kid's strength wasn't that great. Many 5th-rank warriors gritted their teeth. When those peerless geniuses heard this, their faces turned green. What? Immortal Palace Master. The current Immortal Palace was no longer as mysterious as before. Ever since the ancient tomb battle, the name of Immortal Palace had gradually spread. All the major sects of the true spirit world were familiar with it. The other party was from Immortal Palace, and he was the Immortal Palace Master. He was definitely a super genius, and his status was on the same level as their holy masters. Thinking of this, those peerless geniuses' faces turned ugly. "Damn it, do you want me to die?" They began to reprimand their junior brothers. Those junior brothers also had bitter looks on their faces. "Senior brother, we really don't dare." Lin Xian naturally didn't care about this small interlude. At this moment, he brought Morong Qingqing, Shanjingqiu, the Great Guardian, and the others to gather with the Purple Dawn Holy Land's Holy Master and a group of elders. Lin Xian went straight to the point, directly stating his intentions, because he knew that the other party wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, after hearing this news, the Purple Dawn Holy Land's Holy Master and elders were all fired up. Immediately, they decided to join forces with Lin Xian. "Hall Master Lin, you must be tired from the journey. Why don't you stay in my Purple Dawn Holy Land for a few days?" The Purple Dawn Holy Master invited. Lin Xian thought about it. In any case, he hadn't seen Morong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu in a long time. Why not stay for a while? After all, he was going to leave the eastern wilderness and go to the other continents to join forces with the other holy lands. In the next few days, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Xinjingqiu enjoyed the magnificent scenery. This scene made the male disciples of the Holy Lands so envious that they wanted to die. Damn it, not only had their holy maiden been chased by him, but even the holy maiden of the Jade Lake was by his side. One person with two peerless beauties. This made them go crazy with jealousy. This kid is too amazing, isn't he? How did he do it? That's right. Even the Alcade Holy Son, Yi Wu Dao, and the others didn't receive such treatment. These people were so curious that they couldn't wait to run over and ask for guidance. However, before they could, a shocking piece of news spread. This news was, of course, related to Yi Wu Dao and the mysterious power. The news that Yi Wu Dao was being chased spread. The great sage lands and the major sects of the eastern wastelands were shocked. Not only that, but the news also spread to the other continents. The entire world was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The news had to be fake. Who would dare to chase after Yi Wu Dao? After all, Yi Wu Dao was the hope of the Yi clan. Touching him was touching the bottom line of the Yi clan. The Yi clan would definitely fight back at all costs. The Holy Lands, the major sects, and the imperial dynasties didn't believe it. However, after many inquiries, they discovered that the news was actually true. This scene caused their minds to go blank. What power would dare to do something like this? Could it be one of the three great assassin divine dynasties? The first thing they thought of was the three great assassin divine dynasties. They were the only ones who would dare to make a move on Yi Wu Dao. After all, the three great assassin divine dynasties were said to have killed sages in ancient times. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't the three great assassin divine dynasties, but rather a very low-key and mysterious organization. Of course, they didn't know what it was. Even the Yi clan didn't know. All of the black-robed men who had come had been killed by the Yi clan. The Yi clan had extracted their souls and used their divine abilities to soul-search them. However, they hadn't been able to find any useful information. Chapter 2663. They even tortured the souls of those invincible kings and interrogated them. But in the end, they got nothing, because these people did not know at all. Damn it, who was it? They had hidden so deeply. The Yi family's elders all had gloomy expressions. From the looks of it, the other party had already calculated everything, even their escape route. Having such a hidden enemy made the Yi family very uncomfortable. In the future, when Wu Dao went out, they would send more invincible kings to follow him. They would bring intact holy weapons and some forbidden weapons. They could not let this happen a second time. This matter spread far and wide, and everyone was talking about it, because such a terrifying thing had never happened before. Lin Xian also received the news, so he asked the Yi family. The result surprised him. The Yi family did not know who the enemy was at all. This point gave Lin Xian a huge headache too. It seemed that the enemy was more terrifying and difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, after this failure, the other party would not dare to act rashly again. The Yi family was not to be trifled with. This time, the Yi family killed all the black-robed men who participated in the hunt. None of them escaped. Their methods were extremely fierce, and that mysterious organization did not have any follow-up plans. Therefore, Lin Xian temporarily put this matter aside. He stayed in the Purple Dawn, sacred ground, for a few days and prepared to leave, because he still had to go to the Gu family. Then he prepared to go to the Western Desert and contact Lanrua Temple, where no flower was. This time, Lin Xian did not bring Xin Jingqiu or Morong Qingqing, because he wanted the two of them to cooperate with his sacred ground and prepare. After he was done, they could join forces to hold a grand event. Lin Xian went to the Gu family and met with Gu Santong. Then he discussed this matter with the Gu family's patriarch. The Gu family also quickly agreed. Then Lin Xian opened a door and teleported to the Western Desert. Western Desert. The top forces here were mainly Buddhist sections. It could be said to be the sacred ground of all Buddhist sections. Lanrua Temple was one of the best. In the sky, a giant crack tore open. Countless runes flashed as a spirit boat crossed through space and time. It was the Black Earth. After all the energy dissipated, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out of the black earth. Of course, Lin Xian knew that there was another person by his side. It was just that no one else could see it. It was the invincible king that the great protector had assigned to him, Xiao Wu, the woman in the black dress. Now, Xiao Wu was his protector. However, under normal circumstances, she would not appear. She would only silently follow him in the dark. Only when Lin Xian's life was in danger would she make a move. Lin Xian looked around and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the boundless golden desert. Looks like this is a huge desert. Let's leave this place first and explore the surroundings, the dark red dragon suggested. Next, the two of them turned into streams of light and flew forward. 2 days later, they left the desert. Mountains and forests gradually appeared in front of them. The types of trees here were completely different from those in the eastern wilderness and middle ground. They were all drought-resistant and looked very strange. After flying for another 3 days, they saw mountains again. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. So far, he had not met anyone. Therefore, he did not know where he was either. However, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed softly, "Why do I feel that this place is a little familiar?" "Familiar? Have you been here before?" Lin Xian asked. "No, but this place was very similar to what was recorded in the ancient books." The dark red divine dragon shook his head. His body swayed and gradually rose into the sky. Then he pointed below and said, "Kid, come here. I'll tell you." Lin Xian was puzzled. He rose into the sky and looked into the distance. "This is?" He was shocked. "How is it? Have you noticed it too?" "That's right. This place is very famous in the Western Desert." This place was called the Reclining Buddha Ridge. The mountain range was like a huge Buddha lying on the ground. It was not man-made but formed naturally. It was very mysterious. It was said that many saints of the Western Desert's Buddhist sacred grounds had come here to gain enlightenment. However, no one knew what they had gained. Moreover, it seemed that not only the Western Desert, but also the other continents had experts who came here to gain enlightenment. It was said that even the ancient emperors had come here when they were young. So mysterious! Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that they would come to such a legendary place. "Is it dangerous here?" Lin Xian asked. Usually, such places were like forbidden grounds. Even if they were not, they were still very scary. However, this time, the dark red divine dragon shook his head. It was not dangerous. There were no formations in this place. However, there would occasionally be a trace of terrifying aura. Under normal circumstances, it would not attack people. "Kid, why don't we go down and take a look? Maybe we can gain some enlightenment." All right, since he had come to this legendary place, it would be inappropriate for him to leave without taking a look around. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon flew forward quickly. Soon, they arrived near the Buddha statue. The two of them landed and saw that they were surrounded by cliffs. There were all kinds of markings on the walls. There were also some patterns and runes. In short, it was very messy. The dark red divine dragon pointed at these markings and said, "These were left behind by those who had gained enlightenment. However, don't underestimate these runes. It is said that someone once found a mark left behind by a great emperor here. Then he gained enlightenment and became a terrifying saint. Left behind by a great emperor. There was such a thing." Lin Xian was shocked. He looked around, but he didn't find anything special. Of course, the great emperor that I mentioned was left behind by a great emperor when he was young. However, that was already very profound. Moreover, the younger the great emperor, the more ordinary the mark left behind. At their level, it was likely that they would have returned to simplicity long ago and turned complexity into simplicity. If a casual stroke could be developed, it would be thousands of worlds. So that's how it is. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He used the heavenly secret god eyes, and golden runes appeared in his eyes. He looked in all directions. He decided to meditate here for a few days. A day later, Lin Xian was astonished. He had gained some enlightenment from these engravings, and it was very enlightening for his own martial cultivation. This made him very happy. However, just as he was about to continue comprehending, a powerful figure descended from the sky. An aura that seemed to be able to split the world descended from the sky and swept in all directions. It wanted to crush Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The two of them changed their expressions and snorted coldly. A sharp sword light rushed out from their bodies, and a terrifying light directly cut off the energy fluctuation. Chapter 2664. They saw a young monk descending from the sky in front of them. He was wearing a kasaya and had a handsome face. However, there was an unusually sharp aura in his eyes. At that moment, he glanced at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon and said coldly, "I'm going to meditate and cultivate here. Get lost, you nobodies." His voice was emotionless and cold. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, some figures quickly rose into the air and fled into the distance. It seemed that other than Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, there were other people meditating here. However, after these people sensed that biting cold aura, their expressions changed and they did not dare to stay any longer. Some of them even recognized the other party's identity. They were so scared that they wet their pants and quickly left. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon frowned. Who is this person? He's so arrogant and insolent. When the young monk saw that the others had fled, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, when he saw that Lin Xian and the dark red dragon had no intention of leaving, his face darkened. "You two nobodies, get lost. Disappear in front of me in 3 seconds, or I'll kill you." As soon as he said that, Lin Xian's face darkened. The dark red dragon immediately jumped up. "Damn, who are you? How dare you talk to us like that? Do you believe that I'll slap you to death?" Lin Xian's expression was also cold. The two of them were meditating here and did not provoke the other party. However, the other party asked them to get lost as soon as he appeared. He even threatened to kill them. No one would be able to tolerate this, let alone Lin Xian. "You're courting death. Ignorant nobodies." The young monk was also angry. "How dare a little snake make a fuss in front of me?" He raised his finger and pointed forward. A piercing light tore through heaven and earth and instantly arrived in front of the dark red dragon. Boom! The dark red dragon waved its dragon claws and slapped forward. An earth-shattering sound was heard as he smashed the attack to smithereens. It shattered. The young monk was stunned and sneered. "You have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me." However, just this bit of strength was not enough to look at. He raised his palm and was about to attack. At this moment, the 1-pound Lin Xian also stepped forward. He raised his finger and a sharp sword wave flew out. Since the other party dared to make a move, they couldn't blame him. Buzz, the sword chi pierced through the clouds as a terrifying light filled the area. A terrifying force gushed out. The fleeing martialists felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. Who was this person? He actually dared to attack Yuan Kuan. Did he not want to live anymore? These martial artists were very surprised. They were all from the Western Desert. Naturally, they knew this young monk and his reputation. Most likely, no one in the younger generation would dare to compete with him. However, this brat in front of him actually dared to make a move. He was simply too bold. Courting death. Fong's young monk was also enraged. A piercingly cold light surfaced in his eyes as countless runes rose from his palm. He slammed his palm down, shattering the terrifying sword chi. However, his palm was also numb from the shock. This made him quite surprised. The other party was very strong, so strong that it exceeded his expectations. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. Judging from the other party's appearance, he should not be an unknown person. He should be a young prodigy. However, he knew all the young prodigies in the Western Desert. The other party was a stranger. He had never seen him before. Now you know how to ask me who I am? Too late. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party had threatened to kill them as soon as he appeared. How could he tolerate that? Therefore, he waved his arm and flicked his fingers. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Sword chi flew out one after another. Yuan Kuin roared angrily. The other party dared to attack him. He was courting death. Kid, do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have some skills? Today I'll send you to hell. He formed a Buddhist seal with his palm. The Buddhist light on his body shone quickly as a terrifying force surged out. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was also very powerful. The sword flew out, illuminating the area as if it had turned into a dragon. Boom! The Buddhist light on Yuan Kuin's body shone. He formed a Buddhist seal with his hand and slammed it out. It collided with the sword chi again. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying light swept out in all directions. With this palm strike, he still managed to shatter the sword chi. However, the numbness in his arm became even more severe. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the third, fourth, and fifth sword chi flew towards him one after another. Damn it, who is this person? Is he a peerless swordsman? Why is his sword chi so powerful? Yuan Kuin was extremely surprised because he realized that these sword chi were not released by a peerless treasure. They were casually flicked out by the other party. This meant that the other party had not used his full strength. Thinking of this, his expression became extremely cold. In the distance, the fleeing warriors also felt their scalps go numb. In their opinion, since the other party dared to fight against Yuan Kuin, he would definitely be slapped to death. But who would have thought that the other party could actually fight against Yuan Kuin? This was really beyond their expectations. Who is this kid? Could it be that he's a peerless prodigy from some large family? That's very likely. However, no matter how talented he was dead for daring to provoke Yuan Kuin. Yuan Kuin was a top prodigy of White Horse Temple. His Buddhist magic was incomparably terrifying. That kid is so strong, casually flicking out a sword chi, and it has such power. He must be a peerless swordsman. Everyone discussed animatedly. And at this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, he pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. A terrifying sword light rushed into the sky. The sword slashed down. The entire sky was cut into two halves. The pitch-black crack was like an endless canyon. It was also the first time Yuan Kuin's expression changed. This sword chi was really too strong. So this time he did not resist it head-on. Instead, his figure swayed and he quickly dodged. Relying on his super powerful dermic powers, he dodged the sword. But at this moment, his eyelids twitched wildly because he felt an extremely terrifying power coming from behind him. Not good. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm. Boom! He was blasted back, his aura tumbling. Damn snake! He gnashed his teeth in anger. That's right, the one attacking from behind was the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon sent the other party flying with a tail and immediately sneered. We're ants? We don't know what's good for us. Kid, before you make a move, find out who we are. Do you think that you can contend against us with just you? The dark red divine dragon was also so angry that it gritted its teeth. The other party was too arrogant, wanting to kill them as soon as they appeared. Now, they were only retaliating to teach the other party a lesson. No way, this snake is also so powerful? When the warriors in the distance saw the scene, they were extremely shocked. Who are these people? They're actually so powerful. Yuan Kuin's face was gloomy. Damn it, the other party is also a super expert. This is indeed beyond my expectations. However, he snorted coldly. Do you think that the two of you can defeat me if you join forces? Chapter 2665. Tear them into pieces? Lin Xian sneered. What a ruthless heart. You want to tear us into pieces without any enmity? Are you really a Buddhist? I think even the demons are not as ruthless as you, right? How can someone like you be called a Buddha? The dark red divine dragon also sneered. No matter what the two of you say, the two of you will not be able to escape death today. Yuan Kuen's expression was cold as Buddhist light spread out from his body. His hands danced nonstop as mysterious runes flickered around him one after another. Countless golden runes flickered as if forming a mysterious world that swallowed all the sword light. Yuan Kuen stood in the void with a cold expression. What a powerful Buddhist divine power! It could actually swallow such a terrifying sword chi. Yes, this Yuan Kuen was really too terrifying. When the cultivators in the distance saw this scene, they exclaimed. Among them, there were also people whose eyes flickered. They did not know how the man and the snake were going to counterattack. Swallowed them all? Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. No wonder he was so arrogant and told everyone to scram the moment he came. But so what? He had even killed an invincible king, let alone a mere young monk. Next, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword. Terrifying sword chi flew out one after another, densely packed and crisscrossing between heaven and earth. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Yuan Kuen stood in the void. The golden runes around him formed a world that swallowed all the sword chi. He looked at this scene and sneered. Is that so? How do you think my sword chi is so easy to swallow? Lin Xian snorted. The power of the great dragon sword spirit was not something that could be easily swallowed. Sure enough, not long after, Yuan Kuen's expression changed. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. The mysterious world formed by the golden runes exploded with a bang. Thousands of sword chi pierced out and shattered the place where Yuan Kuen was originally standing. It formed a terrifying black hole. Damn it, it actually came out. How was this possible? Although Yuan Kuen was not injured, he hid to the side with an extremely ugly expression. The other party broke his divine power so easily. It was really hard for him to believe. The people in the distance screamed as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of sword technique was this sword chi? This was too terrifying. That's right, he was actually able to break through even Yuan Kuen's sacred art, and by the looks of it, he was able to do it so easily. Incredible. He was definitely a peerless swordsman. It seems that if I don't show my true strength, you guys really don't know what's good for you. Yuan Kuen walked up and spat out a golden pagoda. The pagoda was 6 stories high, and it was engraved with very simple runes. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a heavy aura. Boom! Boom! Strands of Buddhist light flowed out and pierced through the void. The terrifying power made those in the distance extremely terrified. Many people knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. How terrifying! Yuan Kuen's strength was actually so terrifying. Oh heavens! He had definitely been hiding his strength. He was even more terrifying than the rumors said. Why do I feel that none of those older generation figures are a match for him? That wasn't all. Probably no one below the level of invincible king tiers could defeat him. Why do I feel like he's close to becoming an invincible king? These people screamed in fear. There was nothing they could do. The power that Yuan Kuen had displayed was simply too terrifying. The Buddhist light that filled the sky floated out along with Yuan Kuen's palm. All of the sword chi in the sky were sent flying. In an instant, a terrifying sound rang out like 10,000 bolts of thunder. Yuan Kuen was like an ancient Buddha. With the 6-story pagoda in his hand, he quickly charged over. Kid, be careful. This guy isn't simple. The dark, red, divine dragon reminded from the side. Yuan Kuen's strength was definitely at the level of a saint. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary saint. He was a very terrifying one. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. It didn't matter. Indeed, although this strength was shocking, it wasn't enough to shock him. In the next moment, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. The 9-yang divine body combined with the heaven-battling divine fist, had the power of extreme yang. An endless fist could destroy heaven and earth. It shattered all of the Buddhist light that approached it. The endless mountains in the surroundings were shaking. The ground split open and countless cracks appeared. However, the vicinity of the reclining Buddha ridge was safe and sound. This was especially true for the great Buddha. Under the terrifying attack, it disappeared without a trace in front of him. People couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This was indeed a mystical place of legends. From the looks of it, even an invincible king's attack wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. No wonder countless people had been comprehending here, and there wasn't a trace of damage. Lin Xian and Yuan Kun began to fight. Both of them were geniuses of the younger generation. At this moment, their attacks were truly earth-shattering. The momentum was terrifying. The martial artists in the distance were terrified. They knew how powerful Yuan Kun was, and it made them tremble. However, the strength of this young man who had just appeared also shocked them. "Kid, go to hell!" At this moment, Yuan Kun shouted loudly. He seized the opportunity and arrived behind Lin Xian. He stretched out a palm that carried a golden light that filled the sky and fiercely blasted towards Lin Xian. Not good, that kid is going to die. That was for sure. If he was hit by such a palm, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. As expected, Yuan Kun was still more powerful. The people in the distance were discussing animatedly. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Energy erupted, and this palm drowned the world. "Ha ha ha ha! Reckless kid, you dare to attack me?" Yuan Kun retreated and arrived in the sky, looking down coldly. This kid had been dealt with. Next was this snake. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at the dark red divine dragon. Daring to fight with him, how ignorant! The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered, revealing a trace of a sneer, completely ignoring the other party. In the energy storm that filled the sky, a cold voice sounded. "Is this your strength? You're really pitifully weak." What? As soon as these words came out, Yuan Kun was stunned. The people in the distance were even more stunned. That was the other party's voice. The other party didn't die, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. How was this possible? Damn it, impossible! Yuan Kun roared angrily and waved his hand. A pair of golden hands stretched out and tore the void apart. The storm that filled the sky also disappeared. In the next moment, his eyes widened because the other party's figure in front of him appeared. His body was shining brightly, and he wasn't injured at all. Impossible! Yuan Kun was stunned. Even a late-stage 8-star mighty figure couldn't block his palm. The other party was hit head-on and suffered this blow, but he was actually unharmed? It was really out of his expectations. Even if he didn't die, he should be seriously injured. However, there was no blood on the other party's body, not a single crack. The power of the 9-yang divine body had increased again. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with joy. In the next moment, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. "Next, I'll let you have a taste of my attack." At this point, he took a step forward, and the 9-yang divine body erupted. The storm that filled the sky tore through the void. At this moment, he was like a sun war god, charging forward. As he walked, the void collapsed, and the mountain range below kept shattering. Chapter 2666. Bang! A golden fist streaked across the sky, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. Yuan Kun jumped in fright and hurriedly summoned the 6th-floored pagoda to his side to block. Dang! The sound of collision resounded. The distant martial artists bled from their ears, and many of them fainted. As for those who were still conscious, their faces were filled with fear. They saw the 6th-floored pagoda being sent flying, spinning in the sky, and leaving Yuan Kun's range. Heavens! That golden pagoda was at least a mid-grade heaven step artifact. Yet it was sent flying with a single punch. What kind of power did this kid have? What fist? Saint Body. He had the eastern wastelands. Saint Body. Someone cried out in alarm. They couldn't think of anyone with such a terrifying physique apart from a Saint Body. Facing a mid-grade Heaven Step artifact barehandedly, he wasn't at a disadvantage. It couldn't be. Wasn't it rumored that the Saint Body had just been chased down by the mysterious organization and was recuperating in the Yi family? How could he appear now? These people also knew about Yi Daodenier's matter, as it had already spread throughout the entire true spirit continent. Therefore they were all shocked. A few older generation figures shook their heads. No, he wasn't a Saint Body. We've seen a portrait of a Saint Body, and it definitely wasn't him. Then who was he? Was there a physique comparable to a Saint Body in the world? Of course there was. An older generation figure said in a deep voice, although a Saint Body was powerful and astonishing, it wasn't impossible to stand shoulder to shoulder with it. One had to know that the true spirit continent was too vast. No one knew how big it was, and no one knew how many terrifying geniuses there were in this world. Apart from a Saint Body, there were many other terrifying physiques. For example, the Gu family's divine body. For example, the demon race's powerful demon kings with heaven-defying bloodlines. Take my Western Desert, for example. There are several body refining techniques that are extremely terrifying. 60 Zhang golden body, indestructible golden body, 9 transformations golden body. Once it was refined, it would be extremely terrifying and incomparable. Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, many people nodded in agreement. Western Desert was the holy land of Buddhism, and Buddhism paid great attention to the cultivation of the body. Basically, every peak holy land of Buddhism had an extremely terrifying body refining technique. However, the body refining technique of Buddhism was extremely obvious. Once it was used Buddha light and even Sanskrit chants of Buddhism. However, although his body was also emitting boundless light, it was not the Buddhist light. Thus, they knew that he was not cultivating a Buddhist body refinement technique. Instead, it was a technique that they had never heard of before. Or perhaps he possessed an extremely terrifying bloodline power. Boom! Just as these people were discussing intensely, Lin Xian's second punch came. Damn it! Yuan Kuin's pupils shrank. After witnessing the terror of the first punch, he didn't dare to take it head-on. His figure flickered, and countless afterimages appeared in the sky as he retreated rapidly. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned the golden pagoda that had been sent flying backward, preparing to attack again. Phew, this punch had indeed missed. However, when the frightening energy swept across Yuan Kuin's body, it caused him to feel a burning pain. Brat, you've really pissed me off. Today, I will let you experience the great powers of my White Horse Temple. Yuan Kuin's expression was ferocious. He had never suffered such a blow. Therefore, he was prepared to take it seriously. However, in the next moment, his eyelids twitched violently. This was because an unparalleled power had erupted from his opponent's sword. There was even the roar of a dragon. His expression became extremely ugly because his opponent's sword chi was even more terrifying than the golden fist. As expected, when the sword slashed out, his entire body turned cold. The golden pagoda in his hand was sent flying again. Cracks also appeared on the kasaya on his body. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. This kasaya was also a treasure, but it couldn't withstand the other party's sword light. This was only the aftermath of the energy. If the other party's sword had slashed his body, he would probably have been cut open. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. Brat, who are you? Tell me your name. However, what answered him was a cold and merciless sword light. Damn it! Yuan Kuin roared angrily and quickly dodged. Just you wait. My White Horse Temple will definitely not let you off. Yuan Kuin was so angry that he vomited blood. This time he had really lost. It made him lose face. However, protecting his life was more important. He prepared to leave and bring back a few terrifying forbidden artifacts before coming back to fight with the other party. You want to leave? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. Weren't you very arrogant when you descended previously? Didn't you tell us to scram? Why are you scramming now? Uft. Hearing this, the escaping Yuan Kuin's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Indeed, when he came previously, he was extremely arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously. That was because he had the right to be arrogant. He was young, but he could already kill a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. Not many people below the invincible King Realm were his match, other than a few other terrifying young prodigies of the Buddha sects. He really didn't take anyone seriously. Therefore, after he arrived, he immediately cleared the place. He didn't want others to disturb him. However, he didn't know that when he cleared the place this time, the ant in his eyes turned out to be a terrifying prodigy. This time, he had really kicked an iron plate. "How dare you stop me?" Seeing the other party cut off the path in front of him with a sword, Yuan Kuin turned his head and roared. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Xian's body was filled with murderous intent. Yuan Kuin frowned when he saw the other party's murderous intent. He sneered. "Let me tell you, I'm from White Horse Temple. Moreover, I'm a top prodigy of White Horse Temple." If he revealed his identity, the other party would definitely not dare to make a move on him. White Horse Temple was one of the Buddhist sacred grounds of the Western Desert. It was not inferior to the sacred grounds of the Eastern Wilderness. As one of the top 10 prodigies of White Horse Temple, his status was naturally noble. If anything happened to him, White Horse Temple would definitely not let him off. White Horse Temple. I've never heard of it. Are you the White Horse Temple's successor? As he spoke, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword again. This sword transformed into a huge dragon that instantly flew out and slashed Yuan Kuin's body. It sent him flying. Yuan Kuin's body was directly cut open. Blood spurted out and dyed the void red. Ah! Yuan Kuin screamed and retreated crazily. At the same time, his broken body quickly healed with Buddhist light. In the end, he was completely intact. However, his face was abnormally pale. Blood was still splattering in the sky. This scene made the people in the distance go crazy. He made a move. He really made a move. Heavens, didn't he really intend to kill the other party? Who exactly was he? That was too terrifying. Was he not afraid of White Horse Temple's revenge? He shouldn't be from the Western Desert. The eyes of some of the older generation flickered. He was probably a top prodigy from the other continents. Chapter 2667. Is he a top genius from another continent? The cultivators gasped. Yuan Kuin's face was ferocious. "Kid, how dare you hurt me?" Before he could finish a sentence, he turned around and fled. That was because the other party had attacked again. After witnessing how powerful the other party was, how would Yuan Kuin dare to attack him again? He directly used a Buddhist grand divine power. Endless Buddhist light formed 2 golden wings that quickly spread out behind him. He tore through the void and ran into the distance. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. A dragon's shadow appeared under his feet and brought him through the void quickly. The 2 of them quickly left the reclining Buddha ridge. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon also followed behind. The others were stunned. Heavens, is the other party really going to kill us? They were extremely shocked and followed behind, wanting to watch the battle. But soon they lost track of them. That was because the 2 of them were too fast. The cultivators could not see them, but the other cultivators saw them. On the way, many cultivators looked up at the sky. Heavens, someone is fighting a great battle. It should be a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. No, it's 2 young people. 2 young prodigies. Why does the one running at the front look so familiar? Damn it, isn't he Yuan Kuin from White Horse Temple? He's a top genius. Why is he being chased? Who's chasing him? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Yuan Kuin is being chased? Who is it? They all looked at the figure behind. He's so young and unfamiliar. I don't know him. If he's not a Buddhist, which family is he from? These people discussed animatedly. Bang! Just at this moment, they saw a shocking sword light flash out and slash Yuan Kun's body, sending him flying and vomiting blood. Blood pierced through the void. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. It's too powerful. Kid, just you wait. I won't let you go. Yuan Kun's kasaya was covered in blood. His face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and took out a Buddhist light wheel. A bright light enveloped him, and he disappeared completely. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not attack again, because the other party had used a life-saving trump card. The next time we meet, I won't let you leave so easily. He snorted coldly and did not pursue. A mere genius was no threat to him at all. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the dark, red, divine dragon flying behind him. Let's go. The dark, red dragon nodded and waved its claws, grabbing a few cultivators at the side. The martial artists were scared out of their wits. They quickly begged for mercy. Hero, please don't kill us. We're just passing by. Don't be nervous. I won't kill you. You just have to tell me how to get to Lanrua Temple. Lanrua Temple? These people were shocked. The other party had just beaten up a genius from White Horse Temple, and now he was going to Lanrua Temple. What was he trying to do? Could it be that they also wanted to declare war on Lanrua Temple? They didn't know, but they didn't have time to think about it. One of them hurriedly took out a scroll. It was a map that contained the way to Lanrua Temple. Lin Xian probed with his soul spirit and indeed found a map. After that, he waved his hand and let them go. They hurriedly left. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's bodies flashed, turned into two rays of light, and disappeared. The news that Yuan Kun was injured and fled caused quite a stir. It quickly spread. Even Lanrua Temple knew about it. This made them very nervous. Not long ago, the Yi family's sacred physique was hunted down in eastern wilderness. Now, a genius from White Horse Temple in the western desert was being hunted down. This was very shocking. Could it be that the mysterious faction was going to make a move on the western desert prodigy? They were all on guard. After the people from White Horse Temple learned about it, they quickly sent powerhouses to rescue Yuan Kun. At the same time, they quickly searched and decided to kill the culprit. However, after searching for a while, they did not find any traces of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. This made them grit their teeth in anger. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also arrived at Lanrua Temple. At this moment, Lanrua Temple was still shining with Buddhist light, and many runes appeared around it. Obviously, they had also become cautious. The arrival of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon caused 6 monks to walk out of the light in front of them. They held the Chi Mei staff in their hands and looked coldly in front of them. The people stopped in their tracks. Who are you? Why did you come to Lanrua Temple? They were extremely nervous. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I am Lin Xian, the master of the immortal temple. I am good friends with your son, No Flower. Lin Xian? Immortal temple? Hearing that, the 6 monks' expressions changed. Please wait a moment. We will report it. They hurriedly went to report it. Not long after, a loud laugh was heard. Countless Buddhist runes formed a Buddhist flower that dragged the young monk away quickly. Brother Lin. Ha, it's you. Long time no see. After seeing Lin Xian, No Flower was big. They met again. Lin Xian also smiled. Brother Lin, come with me. No Flower waved his kasaya, and all the Buddhist arrays immediately opened up a path. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon followed in. No Flower brought the two of them to a quiet place. There were mountains, rivers, and courtyards. Come, Brother Lin, try the spirit tea that I brewed myself. The two of them came to the stone pavilion and sat down. There were 4 exquisite dishes on the stone table. They were all vegetarian dishes, and there was a pot of spirit tea next to them. Delicious. Lin Xian tasted it and found it surprisingly delicious. I didn't expect that no flower would have such culinary skills. The dark red dragon at the side finished all the food. Little monk, do you have more? He was very happy. No flower smiled and said, Yes, I have enough. Soon he waved his hand, and exquisite dishes appeared on the table again. At the same time, he took out a guqin and played gently. The sound of the guqin was pleasant and comfortable. It even carried a mysterious power. Lin Xian felt that he had entered an unprecedentedly relaxed and peaceful state. The dark red dragon at the side was also surprised. No flower was really amazing. His attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were so high, he would probably become a holy monk in the future. The sound of the guqin was melodious. On the other side, the sound of the guqin was also pleasant. It was a mountain. A man in a blue robe was holding a phoenix guqin and playing it gently. Cranes and spirit rabbits were flying around him. Obviously, they were all attracted by the sound of the guqin. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, not far from him, the ground bulged, and then a head stretched out from the ground. The head was very strange. It was completely wrapped in black fog, and the face could not be seen clearly. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the man in blue in front of him. The plan has failed. Our people have all been killed. Hearing that, the man in blue stopped. Suddenly, the sound of the guqin also gradually stopped. When the sound of the guqin stopped, the surrounding cranes and spirit rabbits all ran away. When the black-robed man appeared, they were not afraid. But now that the sound of the guqin had disappeared, these little spirit beasts all left. Chapter 2668. I've already heard about it. The entire Eastern Wasteland and even the true spirit world is abuzz. But I'm curious. We've been planning for so long and we've mobilized so much power to get such a good opportunity. Logically speaking, Leaf Dowdenier should have died without a doubt. But why is he still alive? The blue-robed man's voice was cold and emotionless. There were 108 stars on his robes, all of them flickering in and out of existence. Our plan had been successful, and Leaf Dowdenier had been seriously injured. He should have been killed soon, but then a brat jumped out and completely ruined our plans. Brat? What brat? The blue-robed man frowned. He had found the crux of the problem. Lin Xian, the master of a mortal palace. He was the one who brought a few experts from a mortal palace to save Leaf Dowdenier and ultimately caused our plan to fail. Lin Xian, the master of a mortal palace? It was actually him. The blue-robed man's eyes flashed coldly. How could he have appeared at a time like this? I don't know, but he was the one who ruined the plan we've been working on for so many years. The black head radiated a shocking killing intent. Could it be that Leaf Dowdenier was destined to die? The blue-robed man stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky. Yang Qi sighed. After this, it would be very difficult to kill Leaf Dowdenier again. However, if Leaf Dowdenier was allowed to grow, it would be troublesome. What should we do? Should we give up? The black head asked. The blue-robed man shook his head. Give up? Impossible. Leaf Dowdenier might be powerful, but it'll take him a long time to grow. Although he's being protected, we can do it in the open. Let all the young geniuses of the world challenge him. I refuse to believe that he'll win every battle. It seems you have a plan. The black head nodded. But what about that Lin Xian brat? This time he ruined our plan. Should we send someone to deal with him? No need. It's not convenient for us to show our faces. Find someone to contact the Infernal Realm and have them attack. Let's not make any moves for now. I'll make some arrangements. Wait for my news. All right, I'll contact the Infernal Realm and have them attack that brat. The black head drilled into the ground and disappeared. The crack in the ground healed once again. The blue-clothed man's eyes flickered. His eyes were like the incomparably deep starry sky. Lin Xian, let's see what qualifications you have to mess up my plan. Lin Xian had no idea that he was being targeted by the same mysterious organization that had killed Leaf Dowdenier. He was currently in the middle of a discussion with No Flower. When No Flower learned of Lin Xian's intentions, she was also extremely surprised. Soon, he found the abbot of Lanrua Temple and quickly explained the situation. Lanrua Temple also treated them with great respect. In the end, both sides also formed an alliance. Brother Lin couldn't stay here any longer. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to leave in a hurry, No Flower tried to stop him. Lin Xian shook his head. This matter is urgent. We should make preparations and then join forces to hold a meeting to announce the news of the dragon nest to the world. Don't worry, Lanrua Temple will definitely do our best in this matter. Both sides waved goodbye. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon soared into the sky. The two of them left Lanrua Temple and prepared to return to the reclining Buddha Ridge to meditate for a while. Then they would open the door and return to the immortal palace. This time, Lin Xian and the dark red deity's meditation went smoothly. About a month later, on this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had made some progress in his meditation. He felt that his understanding of martial arts had deepened. Not only that, his mastery of various divine abilities had become more proficient than before. Beside him, the dark red dragon had also gained something. However, at this moment, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's eyelids suddenly twitched. Then the void split open, and two shadowy figures quickly attacked. Whoosh, 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 clang, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were forced back. They knocked over two mountains and fell into endless ruins. Damn it, who dares to attack me? A dragon's roar rang out as countless rocks were blasted away. The dark red dragon flew out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. On the other side, Lin Xian also smashed all the rocks with a punch and walked out. Golden runes appeared in his eyes and swept in all directions. Who is it? Did Yuan Kuin bring the people from White Horse Temple here? If they don't know what's good for them, I don't mind sending them on their way. Lin Xian was stunned. No, it's not a monk. It's not the people from White Horse Temple. It should be a group of assassins. That was because he realized that these people were hiding in the void and constantly changing their positions. If he didn't have the heavenly secret divine eyes, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. What a terrifying assassination technique. The two blurry figures in front were also surprised. They didn't die, and they weren't injured. The two of them were too shocked. That was because the attack just now was a sure kill attack. They could even kill a late-stage 8-star mighty figure with one strike. However, the two of them were only blasted away and knocked over two mountains. They weren't injured. Could it be that they're wearing some kind of treasure armor? Damn it, it's the two of you who ambushed me? The dark red dragon stared at the two shadow-like assassins. He waved his dragon claws and shrouded the front. With a bang, the void shattered, but the two figures calmly dodged. Their speed was very fast, so fast that it was hard to believe. They actually dodged. Damn it, I'll burn you to death. The dark red dragon opened its mouth and spewed out dragon flames that completely enveloped the void. Now, it was no longer a problem that could be solved by speed. However, the two ghostly figures disappeared into the void with a swoosh. Concealment technique. The dark red dragon was shocked. If they're not from the Gu family, then they're assassins. And they're not ordinary assassins. Kid, we're being targeted. Can you tell which organization's assassins are from? Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked in all directions. I can't tell, but judging from the other party's speed and this assassination technique, I'm guessing that it's the people from the three major assassin dynasties. The three major assassin dynasties? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had fought with the assassins from the three major assassin dynasties before. At that time, he did feel a strong sense of danger. He didn't expect that after so many years, the other party would make a move again. However, He knew that the other party wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Someone must have spent a lot of money to assassinate him. That was why the assassins took action. But who is it? Who wants to assassinate me? He didn't know because there were too many people who wanted to kill him. The Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, the Tai dynasty, and the War tribe were all possible. Since he couldn't think of anyone, he could only capture two and search their souls. Whoosh! Thinking of this, the void on Lin Xian's left shattered again. A black, long sword pierced over. Chapter 2669. Puff! The dark red divine dragon was startled when the long sword pierced through, but he soon breathed a sigh of relief, because there was no blood spilling out. Not good. The shadow assassin was also stunned. Then he retracted his long sword and quickly retreated. He knew that what he stabbed was not the other party's real body, but an afterimage. It was just that the afterimage was so fast that even he did not recognize it. Whoosh! The afterimage disappeared, and Lin Xian's real body appeared in the same place as if he had never left. This scene made the shadow assassin extremely shocked. The other party's speed was too fast. Did he want to leave? Lin Xian stretched out a large hand and grabbed in front of him. The terrifying palm carried endless light, shattering the void. The terrifying power was like an ocean, shrouding the shadow assassin. Get lost! The shadow assassin roared, and his long sword turned into lightning, slashing at Lin Xian's palm. Every sword cut through the void and could injure a peerless almighty. However, such a terrifying sword light clashed with the radiant palm, splashing countless sparks, but it could not hurt the palm. Damn it! How was this possible? The shadow assassin was shocked, and the assassins hiding in the dark also exclaimed. Not good. Body training technique. This kid had an extremely powerful body training technique. His physique was very strong. Everyone had to be careful when they assassinated. These people quickly transmitted their voices, and the others looked even more dignified. These assassins' eyes bloomed with a biting cold light, trying to find Lin Xian's weakness. Lin Xian's large hand shook, and his palm seemed to turn into a thunder hammer. With a boom, it directly smashed the long sword in half. Whoosh! In the next moment, the thunder hammer palm turned into a large azure dragon palm, enveloping the shadow assassin. Damn it, get lost! The assassin roared, and an endless murderous aura rushed out of his body, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, he could not do anything to the palm. Lin Xian looked down and asked coldly, Speak, who sent you to kill me? Don't even think about it. We won't sell out the buyer's information. The shadow assassin roared. In the next moment, the endless killing intent on his body turned into a black sea. A ferocious ghost face rushed out from his body. His palm shot towards Lin Xian. Not only was this ghost face's killing intent extremely heavy, but it also carried an incomparably gloomy and cold aura, as if it had rushed out from hell. The infernal realm was the infernal realm of assassins. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon screamed, because this aura was too obvious. Lin Xian's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. Hell's dynasty of assassins? If you don't want to talk, I'll search your soul myself. 2 rays of piercingly cold sword chi shot out from his eyes, directly destroying the ghost face. At the same time, a golden rune flashed and forcibly extracted his soul. Ah! Assassin from hell screamed miserably. Clearly, this collision of souls had caused him too much damage. However, it didn't take long for his head to explode and his soul to shatter into pieces. The yin-yang qi under Lin Xian's feet spun, bringing him back quickly. The 9-yang divine body also blocked all the energy impact. However, his expression was somewhat ugly. This was because an extremely terrifying restriction in the assassin's mind had exploded as soon as he collected his soul. Obviously, this restriction was set up in advance by the Hell's dynasty of assassins. The purpose was to prevent others from searching their souls. These assassins had extremely powerful restrictions in their bodies. Once they were in danger of death, they would explode with a loud bang. This would not leave any clues for others. The dark, red, divine dragon said from the side, "Damn it, how could they be so cautious?" Lin Xian's expression was cold. There was no other way. The three great dynasty of assassins had been passed down since ancient times and had not been destroyed for so long. They must have endless secrets. They would not allow this kind of secret to be leaked. Not even a trace of it would be allowed to be leaked. Is that so? If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. I can only kill all of these assassins. Lin Xian's body shone brightly, and a murderous aura erupted from his eyes. Since the other party had come to kill him, he would not show any mercy. "Get out here, all of you!" A cold shout shook the 9 heavens. However, these assassins were very experienced and would not let personal feelings affect their emotions. Although their companions had been killed, they did not act rashly. They were still lurking in the void, waiting to find the driver. As expected of the people of the ancient dynasty of assassins, they were indeed terrifying. "You don't want to come out, right? Do you think I can't find you if you don't come out?" A golden vortex appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch behind him. Boom! A terrifying force accompanied the punch and directly blasted the void behind him. The 2 assassins from hell were forced out. The 2 men's expressions changed. Damn it, how did he find out? Impossible, he must be dreaming. The 2 of them attacked decisively. Black sword, Qi fell from the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The terrifying murderous aura made even the peerless almighties tremble. Obviously, these assassins were very terrifying. Lin Xian also faced the attack with all his strength. He used the heaven-fighting divine fist and the 9-yang divine body to attack. The sword Qi that filled the sky kept shattering. Whoosh, 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 however, at this moment, 4 shadow assassins appeared from behind and directly attacked his back. For a moment, Lin Xian was attacked from the front and back. It had to be said that the timing of these 4 people was too exquisite. Just as Lin Xian punched, the 4 of them took action. This was the time when warriors were most relaxed. Their alive slain technique was indeed terrifying. "Kid, be careful." The dark, red, divine dragon roared and was about to attack. However, he was also surrounded by 4 assassins from hell, firmly surrounding him. Get lost. With the 4 assassins fighting, Lin Xian's side was in great danger. "Just a mere assassin, you want to kill me?" Lin Xian shouted coldly as the dragon, sword domain, surged out. Behind him, it transformed into a giant sword and slashed out. With a clang, the 4 assassins were sent flying. The 2 assassins in front were also sent flying by a punch. The 6 top assassins vomited large mouthfuls of blood, their faces full of shock. Damn it, he's too strong. The other party was too strong. In an instant, he had injured 6 top assassins. This made them feel incredulous. One had to know that they had already estimated the other party's strength and ranked him as a top existence among the holy sons. Moreover, as a precaution, they had sent out a large number of top assassins this time. Killing any peerless almighties was not a problem. They were even confident that they could kill an invincible king, because other than these assassins, there were even more terrifying existences. Lin Xian stood in the air, looking disdainfully in all directions. "Just 6 assassins, and you dare to kill me? You really don't know life from death." Chapter 2670. His eyes shone with a cold light. However, at this moment, a cold and merciless power came from the sky. A large black palm descended from the sky. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, countless black gas appeared around him, forming hell and sealing off Lin Xian's escape route. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, there were terrifying attacks. Lin Xian was completely sealed. Not good. The crimson divine dragon's expression changed when he saw that. He could sense that the power was too terrifying. Damn it, this assassin's power is too terrifying. He did not expect that the assassins from hell would send out such a powerful existence. This energy was indeed too terrifying. The entire world was trembling rapidly. Even a peerless Almighty would not be able to escape death. Only an invincible king would be able to escape such an attack. Therefore, seeing the scene, the 6 assassins from hell sneered. What a reckless brat! You dare to go against the infernal realm? Now, you can die obediently. If the elders attacked, he would definitely die. Get lost. Lin Xian roared angrily. He used the 9-yang divine constitution to the limit. Rays of light bloomed, making him look like a god of war. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword with both hands and slashed down. Endless thunder surged, and a terrifying chaotic aura filled the air. The terrifying power of the 5 forms swept across. He used the 3 heaven-grade sword techniques to the extreme. At this moment, he slashed the heavens and destroyed the earth. Boom! Boom! A loud dragon roar sounded. The surrounding hell was cut into pieces by him. The large palm in the sky was also pierced by the 2 dragon-shaped sword chi. However, this palm strike was truly too terrifying. Even though it was pierced, it still fell like an ancient demonic mountain and crashed into Lin Xian's body. This brat is not simple. He can actually destroy such a terrifying hell and penetrate our elder's palm of light. His strength was simply too terrifying. Yes, it's probably not inferior to the Eastern Wilderness sacred body. The assassins from hell discussed in low voices. Some assassins sneered. So what? No matter how powerful he is, he can't escape death in the end. There are more than 10 million prodigies in the hell kill. Yes, that's right. Once you're dead, you're nothing. No matter how talented you are, you will only become a corpse in the end. The men sneered. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the light in front of him exploded. Lin Xian's body flew out like a meteor, crashing into a dozen mountains. Phew! In the sky, a black-robed old man walked out. His aura was powerful. Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon was extremely shocked. An invincible king. It turned out to be an invincible king-level assassin. It was too terrifying. Such an assassin could kill other invincible kings. Furthermore, the live slain method of these people was very terrifying. In a head-on confrontation, that kid was probably in danger. However, the dark red dragon god knew that Lin Xian might be injured, but it was impossible for him to be killed. Boom! Sure enough, in the next moment, the ground split open and Lin Xian rose into the air. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were sharp. There were traces of blood on his body. That palm strike had indeed injured him. Not only were there external injuries, but there were also internal injuries. However, the longevity art quickly circulated and repaired him. The 9-yang divine body released billions of rays of light. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the black-robed old man in the distance. An invincible king-level assassin? You guys really think highly of me. He didn't expect that the Hell Assassins would have such a lineup to kill him, a saint-level genius. They actually sent an invincible king-level assassin. Who was it that wanted him to die so badly? What? He's fine. That's impossible. The Hell Assassins were all stunned as they looked at this scene in disbelief. The other party had received a palm strike from their invincible elder. How could he still be alive? One had to know that the gap between an invincible king and a peerless almighty was huge. With a palm strike, a peerless almighty had no chance of survival. However, the other party was only injured and didn't die. This was beyond their expectations. The invincible assassin was also stunned. What was going on? Was it the Taoist robe on his body? He looked at the flaming Taoist robe and shook his head. No, it wasn't a Taoist robe. A Taoist robe couldn't block my palm. Could it be that this kid had a special body tempering technique? But so what? The gap between the two sides was too big. He didn't believe that the other party could escape from his hands. In the next moment, the invincible king-level assassin sneered. "Kid, you've exceeded my expectations." To think that he was able to survive under my attack. However, that was all. Everything was over. This time, there was absolutely no chance of survival. As he said that, he raised his palm again. The spirit energy within a radius of tens of thousands of miles gathered towards his palm. An incomparably dark palm with a biting, cold, murderous aura pushed out horizontally. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the chaotic yin-yang steps to dodge quickly. The void around him was completely shattered, and the mountains below collapsed. It was a scene of apocalypse. Of all the places, only the giant Buddha was intact. Lin Xian dodged the palm and was sent flying by the palm wind. Countless sword qi rushed out of his body and destroyed the force. He only stopped after flying for 2,000 to 3,000 miles. He didn't die again? The people of Assassin Divine Dynasty were stunned. An invincible king-level assassin's face darkened. Previously, he was extremely confident and didn't put the other party in his eyes, threatening to kill the other party with one palm. But now, after 2 palms, the other party was still alive. This was a slap to his face. Let's see how long you can hide. The invincible king-level assassin attacked crazily, and one terrifying palm after another flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the chaotic yin-yang steps and turned into a yin-yang light, shuttling between the countless palm shadows. After more than 10 palms, Lin Xian was still alive, and the invincible king-level assassin's face was completely pale. "Damn, kid, you've completely angered me." He waved his palm, and a pitch-black hell domain flew out and enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, he pulled out a killing sword, and the killing intent on his body suddenly erupted. It seemed that he was really determined to kill. Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. "Old thing, do you think you can kill me? Kid, don't be so eloquent. Today, you will definitely die. You can't escape from my palm." The invincible king-level assassin snorted coldly, and the Hell Domain assassin sneered. "Idiot kid, how dare you be arrogant in front of our elder? You're courting death." "That's right. Our elder has assassinated several invincible king-level assassins. Do you think you can survive? Do you really know the power of an invincible king-level assassin?" These people sneered and looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Is that so? I think you're the ignorant ones." Chapter 2671. Who, beside Lin Xian, a woman in a black dress and a black veil walked out. The power of an invincible king erupted from her body. What? An invincible king? This guy also has an invincible king by his side. This scene caused the Hell Assassins to exclaim. The invincible assassin's expression also became ugly. Damn it, he was too careless. His opponent actually had an invincible king. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, he soon sneered. "Kid, do you think you're safe with an invincible king? You have to know that many invincible kings have died in my hands. Today, I'll let you know that there's a difference between invincible kings. I'll let you see the ultimate killing move of my assassin dynasty. Is that so? Let's see if you can succeed or if I'll kill your disciples first." With that, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and like a god of war he rushed out. "How dare you?" Seeing Lin Xian rush towards the other assassins, the invincible king's expression changed. He swept his long sword, wanting to kill Lin Xian. However, Xiao Wu also made a move. Her jade-white palm was like the hand of a god, blocking the terrifying sword light. "Your opponent is me." Xiao Wu's voice was cold. "Damn it, get lost." The two unrivaled kings fought together. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon also laughed, not knowing the difference between life and death. Now it's time to harvest. He didn't hold back anymore, and several heaven-grade artifacts were thrown out by him, sweeping across the area. As for Lin Xian, he charged towards the 6 assassins from hell. "Courting death. Seeing Lin Xian rushing towards them, the 6 hell assassins roared angrily. Lin Xian wanted to kill the 6 of them alone? This was too much. Damned ant, go to hell! The 6 of them roared angrily. They were all extremely top assassins, and killing a peerless almighty was not a problem. Therefore, at this moment, the 6 of them attacked, and it was really terrifying. Terrifying killing, intent, swept through the world. It flooded towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily and took a step forward, exuding a supreme aura from his body. He swung his fists, opened the big box, and pressed forward with indomitable will. This was the essence of the heaven-battling divine fist. Boom! Boom! The battle between Lin Xian and the 6 top assassins was extremely terrifying. The 6 top assassins were extremely shocked. The other party had single-handedly resisted the 6 of them. Moreover, this was only the other party's fist. His opponent's sword chi was even more terrifying. One of them was directly split into 2. This assassin had fled thousands of miles away and reassembled his body. His face was filled with terror. The other assassins also sucked in a cold breath. Too frightening, too frightening. Could it be that he was the second saintly being? How could his physique be so strong? The killing techniques that they were so proud of were actually unable to pose any threat to the other party's physique. This was too shocking for them. Kill! With a furious roar, Lin Xian charged over again. His voice was like a thunderstorm, carrying with it an invincible conviction. This scene caused the expressions of the assassins from hell to change. Not good, his aura is too strong. If this continues, we will definitely die. We have to disrupt his invincible confidence. These assassins quickly retreated and dodged, preparing to look for an opportunity. In the distance, the invincible assassin who was fighting with Xiao Wu was also shocked by the confidence that the other party displayed. That aura of indomitable will surprise even him. This young man was simply too terrifying. The Killer King's clone. He formed a hand seal with his palm, and a shadow rushed out of his body and quickly charged out. Die, brat! This shadow was very fast. In an instant, it arrived near Lin Xian. The black dagger in its hand was constantly waving. This was a clone of the other party, and it also had the power of an invincible king. At this moment, coupled with that terrifying killing technique, it was truly terrifying. Buzz! Lin Xian directly pulled out the dragon-shaped sword and slashed out. It was as if 10,000 dragons had attacked, directly splitting the clone in half. What? This scene caused everyone to tremble in shock. The 6 top-notch assassins were completely dumbfounded. Even the invincible assassin's eyelids were twitching wildly. One of his clones was killed in an instant, just like that? Impossible. How could the other party be so strong? Could it be that the other party had not used all of his strength before? Thinking of this, the invincible assassin's body turned cold. He roared angrily, "Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! This mission is cancelled." Hearing this, the top assassins retreated crazily. "You still want to leave?" The dark, red divine dragon's body grew larger, becoming tens of thousands of feet long, directly enveloping 4 top assassins. The other 6 top assassins fled crazily. "Stay for me." Lin Xian waved the dragon-slaying sword domain, and thousands of sword chi descended, enveloping the 6 top assassins. The 6 assassins also activated their own domains to resist. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering sound was heard. In the dragon's sword domain, the roar of a dragon sounded, and countless dragon-shaped sword chi flew out, firmly restraining the domains of the 6 top assassins. There were even 2 of the domains that were directly pierced through. This sword chi was too terrifying. It pressed forward with indomitable will, destroying the heavens and earth. It was even more terrifying than the war god fist technique. It made the 6 top assassins tremble. In the end, there was no suspense. The 6 top assassins were all killed. They were split in half, and even their souls were split open by the sword. Because Lin Xian couldn't detect the souls of these people, he didn't hold back at all. Damn it! The invincible assassin roared. The 4 to 10 top assassins he brought were all killed. This made his heart bleed. Kid, just you wait. Hell will not spare you. At this point, his figure flickered and he turned around to leave. Humph, Xiao Wu snorted coldly. She wouldn't let him leave. In the next moment, she waved her hand and a black whip lashed out. The black whip was covered with scales. It was very strange. In an instant, it wrapped around the invincible assassin. Pung pung pung. Ah! A miserable sound rang out. The scales on the whip all pierced into the assassin's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and dyed the void red. Damn it, I'll fight it out for you. An ancient figure rushed out from his body, and a terrifying aura burst out. However, this ancient figure had just rushed out 1/5 of the way when a black shadow flew out from the black whip in Xiao Wu's hand. It covered the sky and earth, and with a pair of black wings, it directly swallowed this invincible assassin. His bones shattered and blood splattered everywhere. A moment later, this invincible assassin was killed. How terrifying! Lin Xian was shocked. This was the first time he saw Xiao Wu attack. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. It seemed that Immortal Palace had given him a very powerful, invincible king. After killing this invincible king assassin, Xiao Wu withdrew the black whip and disappeared into the void. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze across the bodies of these assassins. In the next moment, he summoned all 6 of their storage rings. Chapter 2672. The items in these 6 people's storage rings weren't rich, and there wasn't even any record of hell. There were only some pills, a few weapons, and armor. Other than that, there was nothing else. They were really cautious. There wasn't a single cultivation technique book, nor was there any record of it. There were only things related to battle. Who was it that hired these assassins from hell? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Could it be that monk from before? The dark red dragon frowned. Previously, they had chased away a genius from White Horse Temple. Perhaps the other party was the one who did it. Lin Xian shook his head. No, it wasn't him. This was the Western Desert. If he wanted to make a move, he could have just found the experts from White Horse Temple. Why would he invite the assassins from hell? I think it's inconvenient for those people to take the initiative to attack. Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The 1-pound, dark red dragon's expression also changed. Why do I feel like it's a bit like the mysterious organization of the Sand Leaf Martial Arts? Kid, you'd better be careful. And let's return to the Immortal Palace and work together to prepare to open the nest of 10,000 dragons. We used a large number of natural treasures to open a door and teleport across continents. Boom! Boom! In the sky, mysterious patterns flickered, and Lin Xian and the dark red dragon disappeared. In the endless mountain range on a grassland, a blue-clothed man looked at the flickering array with a gloomy expression. They had failed. An invincible king had led 10 top assassins to assassinate a holy sun, yet they had failed. Could the Tao protector beside this kid be an invincible king? Interesting. It seemed that this guy wasn't much weaker than Yi Wu Dao. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Obviously, he had follow-up plans waiting for Lin Xian, Yi Wu Dao, and the other peerless geniuses. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon returned to the Immortal Palace. They immediately gathered the chief guardian, Xing Tian, and the others to discuss. Then they contacted the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, Purple Dawn, Grand Xia Dynasty, and Lanra Temple. The 7 top families, holy lands, and dynasties joined forces to send a message to the true spirit world. The location of the nest of 10,000 dragons had been found. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. At first, they were still suspicious because this information was first released by Immortal Palace. However, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, Purple Cloud, Grand Xia Dynasty, Lanrua Temple, and other great sects all spoke out one after another. The entire true spirit world exploded. All of the holy lands, sects, and clans went crazy. The nest of 10,000 dragons actually appeared. Heavens! Does the nest of 10,000 dragons really exist? I always thought that it was just a legend. The elders of the four symbols, sacred grounds, exclaimed. The nest of 10,000 dragons must contain an extremely powerful dragon vein. My 9 Li dynasty must obtain it. The elders of the 9 Li dynasty clenched their fists. That was the burial ground of dragons. The experts of the Demon King Palace were equally shocked. If they could enter and obtain the great divine abilities of dragons or obtain the blood of dragons, they would be able to evolve and strengthen themselves. It was even possible for the demons to regain control of the entire world. At the thought of this, all the sacred grounds, sects of the remote antiquity, and peerless dynasties were stunned. For a moment, they were like the families of the 7 holy lands that made a statement, asking questions one after another. In fact, many people even came to visit. However, the headquarters of Immortal Palace was too mysterious. No one found it for a while. However, the 6 great sage lands and clans were surrounded by countless people. The entire world was in an uproar. In every city, on every street, all the cultivators were talking about this matter. The influence of this matter was even wider than the Yuhua immortal robe. It was even deeper. Just as everyone was excited, Immortal Palace's Lin Xian released another piece of important news. That was, in a month's time, a grand event related to the nest of 10,000 dragons would be held at the Eastern Wasteland's Jade Lake. In the news, it was clearly stated that the great sage lands, great sects, and top families of the world were invited to come together. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. Then they were extremely excited. It seemed that the news about the nest of 10,000 dragons was absolutely true. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before these great sects of the Holy Lands made a move on the nest of 10,000 dragons. Ordinary cultivators were excited and shocked. But those great sects of the Holy Lands were shocked. Why was it Immortal Palace's announcement? Could it be that this news came from Immortal Palace? Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, they originally thought that it was the Yi family who received the news, but now it seemed that it wasn't. It was Immortal Palace. This Immortal Palace was really too mysterious. They could actually obtain news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it, that kid's luck was too good. The Yinyang sect, Tai dynasty, and other great sects of the Holy Lands gritted their teeth. They had a grudge against Lin Xian. However, they couldn't care less. Even if they had a grudge, they still had to go, because the nest of 10,000 dragons was simply too attractive to them. Of course, there were also cultivators who were surprised by why the Immortal Palace would choose the Jade Lake. A powerhouse explained that it seemed that the Jade Lake Grand Event was about to arrive. This time, the two sides would probably gather together. What? Jade Lake Grand Event? You're saying that we have a chance to eat the Jade Lake's pan peach? Many people's eyes lit up and they drooled. In addition to being powerful, the Jade Lake also had another thing that was very famous, and that was the pan peach. The peach of immortality of the Jade Lake was not ordinary. It was an extremely precious natural treasure. It was not an exaggeration to call it the peach of immortality. There were 3 types of peach of immortality. There were those that bloomed once every 300 years, those that bloomed once every 1,000 years, and those that bloomed once every 3,000 years. Counting the time the Peach of Immortality grand event was really about to arrive. Moreover, this time, it seemed to be the Peach of Immortality that bloomed once every 3,000 years. Which powerhouses? The elders and living fossils also came out of seclusion one after another, and rushed to the Jade Lake sacred ground. The Jade Lake held the Peach of Immortality banquet, waiting for the powerhouses of the world to gather. Let's get going too. On the other side, after Lin Xian sent out the news, he began to gather his troops and prepare to set off. This time, they only brought some protectors and elders with them. After all, this time it was a discussion, not a real battle. When it was time to take action, they would mobilize a large number of troops. A month's time passed very quickly. On this day, the Jade Lake of the Eastern Wilderness was like a paradise. The misty fog covered tens of thousands of miles, and it carried a crystal clear light. This scene could only be seen in dreams. At this moment, there were countless powerhouses and geniuses gathered at the Jade Lake. It was truly a golden age. The elders and powerhouses of the great sage land had all arrived. The younger generation of saints and geniuses had also gathered. Among them, Yu Wudao had also come. After more than a month of recuperation, and with the help of the Yi family's methods, he had already recovered his strength. Not only that, but this time's pursuit had made his cultivation base even more refined, and his strength had increased once again. Chapter 2673. Apart from the saints of the Eastern Wilderness, the geniuses of the Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Mountains, and Western Desert had all arrived. At this moment, they gathered together and discussed with each other. Some talked about martial arts, while others talked about the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. In short, it was very lively. Immortal Palace had arrived. A voice came from afar. Immediately, the cultivators of the Jade Pool hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Inside, the powerhouses and saints from all over the world raised their eyes and looked forward when they heard this. Many people's eyes flickered, and some people's eyes were cold. Since Immortal Palace had arrived, that kid should be here too. What they were looking forward to the most was still Lin Xian. This was because the other party's reputation had long spread far and wide, and he was ranked as a top saint. Moreover, the other party's identity was the master of Immortal Palace. In addition, this time, the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons was provided by Immortal Palace. It could be said that thousands of gazes were gathered on Lin Xian. At this moment, this young man had become the center of the true spirit world. In front of them, a red-clothed figure floated over. Beside him was a dark red dragon. Beside him was a mighty man. Behind him was a group of elders and powerhouses. This group of people descended from the sky like immortal kings. The red-clothed youth at the front was naturally Lin Xian. He was dressed in a bright red robe. His face was handsome, and his black hair danced wildly. He really had the aura of a king descending to the world. "Brother Xian, you're here." Murong Qingqing led a group of elders to welcome him. Not long after, Queen Mother of the West came and invited Lin Xian in. This scene made everyone's eyes widen in shock. They couldn't believe it at all. They didn't expect Queen Mother of the West to personally welcome him. This kid was really extravagant. That's right, he could actually get Queen Mother of the West to personally welcome him. Damn it, he was only a holy son. How could he be treated like this? Some people gritted their teeth, while others snorted coldly. Don't forget, he was the master of Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace was not inferior to the great sects of the Holy Lands. He naturally received the treatment of a saint. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Indeed, they could no longer ignore Immortal Palace. Although the other party was young, his identity was indeed terrifying. Lin Xian sighed. He followed Queen Mother of the West and others into the main hall. He, Yi, patriarch of the Yi family, the saint of the Purple Holy Land, abbot of the Lanrua Temple, and the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. After these people, Lin Xian and Lin Xian Hilin. Firstly, the event hadn't officially started yet. Secondly, although he had a noble status, he was still a young man after all. He still liked to hang out with young, holy sons. As for this place, let the Grand Elder and the others deal with it. Lin Xian quickly rushed out of the palace and turned into a streak of light flying outside. Damn, why did this brat come out again? Everyone had different expressions when they saw Lin Xian come out. Quite a few people smiled and greeted him, including Flowerless and Leaf Dao Denier, Gu Santong, the saintess of all beginnings, and the prince of the great Xia dynasty also came over. Lin Xian greeted them and took out the best spirit wine he had brewed. Everyone gathered in the pavilion. Damn it, they couldn't help but want to fight him when they saw him. The people of Five Elements Palace, Yin sect, and Tai dynasty looked gloomy, especially their saints. Their eyes flickered. Among them, Five Elements Palace, Yin sect, and Nine Heavens Holy Land were all newly elected saints. Their original saints had been killed by Yi. Therefore, these people did not have a good impression of Lin Xian. The Tai dynasty was divided into two factions. The eighth prince, who is now the crown prince, led his people to greet Lin Xian. They were quite friendly. Some of the people who belonged to the empress's faction gritted their teeth and wanted to kill Yi. However, they did not dare to do so now. If they dared to make a move, they would be killed before they could even get out of the door. Even the chosens and geniuses sitting with Lin Xian weren't people they could afford to offend, let alone those powerhouses. This was because every single one of them was a top-notch saint. New saints like them were no match for them at all. Not only them, but the other saints and saintesses also looked over, because the small group formed by Lin Xian was too strong. There were monarch clans, top holy lands, and the Zhongzhou dynasty, the Buddhist holy land in the western desert. It was absolutely shocking. Big brother Lin Xian. In the distance, a purple figure rushed over, making everyone exclaim, "So beautiful! Qiu, or come here." Lin Xian smiled and waved. It was Shenjing Qiu, Saintess Xixia. She also came to Lin Xian's side, sat down happily, and tasted Lin Xian's wine. "Brother Wu Dao, your injuries are not serious, right?" After a few cups of wine, Lin Xian looked at Yi Wu Dao and asked with concern, "I'm fine. I've completely recovered. Also, I've profited from a disaster. My cultivation has improved. It's really enviable." No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others laughed at the side. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. How could there be such a monstrous existence in the world? He was hunted down and narrowly escaped death. Not only was he fine in the end, but his cultivation had also improved. It had to be said that it was truly shocking. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. Then he had to congratulate Brother Yi. "Come, cheers. Brother Lin, you're too polite. This time, I should be the one toasting you." Yi Wu Dao stood up with a serious face. "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be standing here. So with this cup, I would like to thank Brother Lin for saving my life." Everyone was shocked. They only knew that Yi Wu Dao had been hunted down, but they didn't know that it was Lin Xian who had saved Yi Wu Dao. It was completely shocking. Everyone was trying to guess what exactly had happened, but neither Leaf Dao Denier nor Lin Xian were willing to say anything. Lin Xian also raised his cup. How could one cup be enough? "Come, let's drink 3 cups to our heart's content." With that, the two of them laughed loudly. There were flowers, wine, and beauties. The only thing missing was music. "I wonder if you'll let me have a drink." At that moment, a carefree voice came from the distance. Many people turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. The young geniuses were also puzzled. Who was this person? Why did he want to join Lin Xian and Yi Wu Dao's group? Did he have the qualifications to do so? It was him, the holy son of the Taishan Holy Land. Someone exclaimed. The newcomer was a handsome young man in a blue robe with mysterious stars twinkling on it. He carried a guqin on his back, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked very carefree. He was like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. His eyes were bright. So it was the Taishan Holy Sun. I've heard that Brother Yun's guqin skills were unparalleled. I didn't expect to be able to feast my ears. Gu Santong said with a smile. Chapter 2674. These saints all moved aside to make room for the great abstruse saint. The great mystic saint did not stand on ceremony. After sitting down, he drank a few cups. Then his eyes lit up. Good wine. It is indeed a top-grade wine. Looks like I came to the right place. With that, he picked up the guqin on his back and started playing. The sound of the guqin was melodious, like the sound of flowing water. Everyone was mesmerized by it. Even Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were astonished. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had heard No Flower play the guqin before. At that time, he had felt that No Flower's guqin was very mysterious. It seemed to contain Buddhist scriptures, which made people intoxicated. But now, when he heard the great mystic saint play the guqin again, he was even more amazed. Although there weren't any Buddhist scriptures in the sound of the zither, there was another mysterious power. This power was indescribable, mysterious, but it really existed. That was because Lin Xian could sense that Lin Xian's aura was extremely strong. What a magical guqin sound! The great mystic saint was indeed amazing. He was extremely surprised. In the eastern wilderness, the top few geniuses were Yi Wudao, the Alcade saint, and the divine constitution of the Gu family. He was rumored to be very mysterious, but he rarely came out, so no one knew who he was. However, this did not affect the divine constitution's reputation. In addition, people like Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also famous. After all, the saintesses were peerless and beautiful. Naturally, they were sought after by countless people. However, although the great mystic saint was also a saint, he was not very outstanding. In fact, he was a very low-key person. Unexpectedly, the great mystic saint was indeed extraordinary. Not to mention his strength. Just his guqin skills alone were enough to make Lin Xian admire him. While Lin Xian was amazed, a loud voice came from afar. The war tribe had arrived. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads to look and began to discuss among themselves. The war tribe had indeed come out. That's right. Who would have thought that even the war race would come this time? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance at the flickering, powerful figures. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The battle race's elders were led into the main hall by the Jade Lake's elders to discuss matters. As for the battle race's young, heavenly geniuses, they descended from the sky. Their bodies flickered with mysterious symbols, and their horns were lofty. Their auras were extremely powerful, and as soon as they descended, they looked down on everyone. "Brother Jean, you're here." Seeing this scene, the Yin-Yang sect, Five Elements Palace, Nine Heavens Holy Ground, Tai Dynasty, and Tuoba family all reacted. The saints led their men and walked up to the platform. There was nothing they could do about it. They knew that the War Clan and Lin Xian were enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. If they wanted revenge, perhaps they really did need to rely on the War Clan. Because of this, these people were very respectful and surrounded the geniuses from the war race. The battle race's geniuses all had proud expressions. They raised their chins, looking extremely arrogant. In just a moment, there were quite a few saint children and heavenly geniuses surrounding them. Although this lineup couldn't compare to Lin Xian's and Yi Wudao's small group, it was still very terrifying. In just a moment, countless gazes looked in that direction. What was going on? Those who didn't know better would think that the Jade Lake was his territory. That's right. What was there to be arrogant about? He wasn't the master of the holy ground. Hearing this, a battle race's genius turned his head. Two rays of light shot out from his eyes, like the divine light of the sun. Immediately, the two cultivators who had spoken were sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" The people from Illusion Palace stood up and roared. The Illusion Saint Child's expression also darkened. The other party dared to attack someone from Illusion Palace. How arrogant! On the other side, the people from Unfettered Sect were the same. One of their disciples had been injured just now. The Unfettered Saint Child also walked over. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked coldly. The battle race's genius emitted a berserk aura. A blood-red light surrounded him like an ocean, causing the blood in one's body to churn. Bloodline power. This was the battle race's bloodline power. Oh my God! This person was too terrifying. The surrounding people quickly retreated. The unfettered Saint Child and the illusion Saint Child also frowned. They had to admit that the other party was a powerful enemy. However, the other party was too arrogant. Did he really think that the two of them from the great sage were easy to bully? You can't do it. You're not my match. Where's that Lin Xian? Tell him to get over here and die. His body emitted a bloodline light. The battle race's genius ignored the unfettered Saint Child and the illusion Saint Child. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He had a cold and arrogant expression. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The Yin-Yang Saint Child, Five Elements Saint Child, Ju Xiao Seiko, and the others all had cold smiles on their faces. That's great. The other party was indeed here for Lin Xian. They could see that the person in front of them was very powerful. His strength was even more terrifying. Thinking about it, they should be able to kill the other party. Even if they couldn't kill the other party, it would be good to severely injure him. After all, the battle race had sent many geniuses this time. If they went up one by one, they would definitely be able to kill the other party. However, the unfettered Saint Child and the illusion Saint Child were enraged when they heard this. The other party actually dared to look down on them. This was intolerable. They were the saints and the other geniuses. They stood at the peak of the younger generation. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Kill! The unfettered Saint Child roared and took the initiative to attack. His speed was very fast. Like a flash of light, he instantly arrived near the battle race's genius. His powerful aura was like a vast ocean, causing the nearby martial artist to tremble. Retreat! The Yin-Yang Saint Child, Five Elements Saint Child, and the others all led their men and retreated, giving them enough space. The people from the battle race did not move, especially the battle race's genius at the front, who had his hands behind his back, did not move either. He looked at the unfettered Saint Child, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a disdainful smile. Do you really think you can fight against me? Zhan Changfeng laughed coldly. He stretched out a palm and directly grabbed in front of him. Wherever it passed, divine lightning rumbled and formed a terrifying palm of lightning. The void was instantly pierced through. The powerful energy caused everyone's expression to change. Even the saints and saintesses looked solemn. Humph! The unfettered Saint Child naturally felt a strong sense of threat. He snorted coldly, and endless light surrounded his body. Many feather-like things danced around him. Unfettered, limitless fist. The energy in the unfettered Saint Child's body was also very strong. A terrifying killing intent circulated around him. He threw out a punch and evolved a supreme, secret technique. Boom! 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 The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Then the unfettered Saint Child was forced back 7 to 8 steps. Zhan Changfeng stood there, motionless. He looked at the other party and laughed coldly. The unfettered Saint Child was just SOO. Chapter 2675. Saying this, a terrifying murderous intent burst out from his body and swept the 9 heavens. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. Heaven is so powerful. He actually defeated the unfettered saint. Yes, from the looks of it, it was just a casual attack. He did not use his full strength at all. Damn it! The unfettered saint was so angry that his face turned green. He stabilized his chi and blood and wanted to attack again. But at this time, the illusion saint made his move. Brother unfettered, let me do it. In the blink of an eye, he produced millions of clones and afterimages, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were so densely packed that no one could tell which was the real one. Countless clones surrounded Zhan Changfeng. Impudent! Lightning, God, heavenly palm! Zhan Changfeng sneered. Endless lightning filled his body, forming the shadow of a lightning god. He slammed his palm down. This was no ordinary lightning. He had cultivated it with the power of his bloodline. The lightning god Heavenly Palm and the lightning god Heavenly Palm were the war tribe's unique skills. They were extremely violent. As expected, all the clones in the sky were destroyed in an instant. The illusion destruction Saint Sun was also blasted back, smashing through the void. His face was pale, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Zhan Chongfeng snorted. I have said that the two of you are no match for me. Get lost. I won't kill you. Where is that Lin Xian? Tell him to get over here and die. The scene was silent. Everyone was shocked, scared, and horrified. The two sons of the great sage were forced back by the other party. This showed that Zhan Chongfeng's strength was absolutely terrifying. He was at least at the level of a top-tier saint. Moreover, the other party had not used his full strength yet. They did not know how powerful he was. At the same time, they were even more shocked that the other party had threatened to kill Lin Xian. If this was in the past, they would have thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. But it was different now. What kind of person was Lin Xian? He had killed many saints and was a top-tier prodigy. Moreover, his status was noble. When he came, the Queen Mother of the West personally welcomed him. It could be said that he was a young prodigy who was the center of attention. Some people even thought that he was not inferior to top-tier prodigies like the Alcade Saint and Yi Wudao. Now, someone had provoked him. This made everyone excited and even expectant. The people from the war race were truly abominable. Xin Jingqiu coldly snorted. Her small face was ice cold. The other party actually dared to find trouble with her big brother Lin Xian. Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others all frowned. Leaf Wudao asked, Brother Lin, do you need my help? Have you finished him off? There was no need for that. He was just a clown. Just ignore him. Lin Xian shook his head. He had no intention of making a move. What did you say? Who are you calling a clown? Do you want to die? When Zhan Chongfeng heard this, he immediately became angry. He turned around and took a step forward. The thunder god projection on his body roared. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded in all directions, scaring the surrounding people so much that their scalps went numb. Many people directly knelt on the ground. Murong Qingqing's face turned ice cold when she saw this. However, she did not stop them. Instead, she waved her hand and activated the formation. It surrounded the surroundings and prevented others from getting hurt. These formations were set up long ago because they knew that there would definitely be people from the younger generation who would spar and fight with each other. Therefore, when such things happened, they did not stop them. They just activated the formation and watched from the side. Murong Qingqing was not worried about Lin Xian because she trusted Lin Xian. She knew how strong Lin Xian was. Seeing the formation activated, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhan Chongfeng's cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Kid, who are you calling an ant? Why, don't you have any self-awareness? Of course, I'm talking about you. Lin Xian sat there, swirling his wine glass and glancing at Zhan Chongfeng. He looked very casual. He did not put Zhan Chongfeng in his eyes. Courting death. Zhan Chongfeng was furious. He had easily defeated the two sons of the great sage and gained the upper hand. He had become an unparalleled figure. He was in high spirits and wanted to kill Lin Xian in one fell swoop. However, Lin Xian actually said that he was an ant? Not worth mentioning. How could he tolerate this? In the next moment, he pointed at Lin Xian. Get over here and fight me to the death. You're definitely not my match. You think too highly of yourself. Fight you to the death? You're not worthy of being my match. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored him. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. They did not expect Lin Xian to not fight at all. In the distance, the people from the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Element Palace, and 9 Firmament Sacred Emperors land frowned. Among them, the martial artists from the Sacred Ground sneered. What do you mean by disdain? I think you don't dare to fight at all. That's right. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to the prodigy, Zhan Changfeng? These people sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was afraid. As expected, the other martial artists from the sacred grounds began to talk among themselves. The people from the war tribe were even more proud. Kid, you don't dare to fight. Just kneel and kowtow. We can give you a quick death. Zhan Changfeng also laughed. So you're a coward. You don't dare to fight. I really don't know what despicable means you used to kill the war concubine and the Golden Lion King. I don't dare to fight? What a joke! Lin Xian sneered. I killed the 4 war kings with my own hands. Do you think I don't dare to fight? You're just trash. You're not worthy of my fight. His voice was light as a feather, but in everyone's ears it was like a sudden clap of thunder exploding. What? The 4 war kings of the war tribe were killed by him? Heavens, it can't be. When did this happen? Why don't I know about it? This kid wouldn't be lying, right? The crowd discussed. Indeed, the people from the Yin sect and 5-element palace sneered. What a joke! Who do you think you are? How dare you kill the 4 war kings? Oh, however, as soon as they finished speaking, they realized that something was wrong. The people from the war tribe had ugly looks on their faces. Damn it, it's you. You're the one who killed our 4 war kings. Brat, I don't know how many elders you used, as well as your immortal palace's backing, to kill us 4 great war kings. But in a one-on-one fight, you're no match for the 4 war kings. Today, I'll take revenge. I'll let everyone know that you're just an ant. You dare to offend our war tribe? You're dead. The people from the war tribe roared crazily. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What? The 4 war kings were really killed? Heavens, this is really shocking news. Lin Xian shook his head. Sigh, why are there so many self-righteous and reckless idiots in this world? Only when you're killed do you realize how pitifully weak you are. Chapter 2676. Stand up and fight. Zhan Changfeng's body emitted lightning. Lin Xian laughed. No need. I can still beat you even if I give you a handicap of my legs. You're courting death. I'll grant you your wish. Zhan Changfeng was really angry. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Endless lightning wrapped around his palm. Then he grabbed Lin Xian's head with his palm. Kid, I'll make you kneel and wait for your death. Zhan Changfeng revealed a sinister expression. Yes, that's right. He wanted Lin Xian to kneel in front of him in front of all the elites in the world. He wanted Lin Xian to suffer a crushing defeat. He would lose face. Many people understood Zhan Changfeng's intention and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. How cruel! Not only did he want to kill Lin Xian, but he also wanted to torture him to death. However, whether Zhan Changfeng could kill Lin Xian was another matter. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong No Flower, and the others sat there and frowned. Countless runes flashed on their bodies. Their king's domains lingered around and blocked the terrifying lightning. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he turned his head and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his palm and grabbed Zhan Changfeng's lightning palm. Pung pung! The two collided and the void was torn apart. A powerful force swept out in all directions. Fortunately, those around Lin Xian were all elites. The impact of this energy was not too dangerous for them, so they easily neutralized it. However, the other cultivators were not so lucky. They all activated their defenses and battle armors to resist with all their might. Just as they retreated to a safe distance, they exclaimed because they saw a figure in front of them being pushed back. Was Lin Xian pushed back? They looked over carefully. No, it was not Lin Xian. It was the genius of the Battle Lord. When they saw that it was the genius of the battle tribe, Zhan Changfeng, who was pushed back, they exclaimed. The people of the battle tribe screamed. Impossible! The eyelids of the people of the Yin sect, 5-element palace, and 9 firmament, sacred ground twitched. Bang, bang, bang. After retreating 5 steps, Zhan Chongfeng finally stopped. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes emitted a blood-red glow. His entire body was trembling with anger. He was pushed back. He was actually pushed back in the exchange of blows with his opponent. How could he bear this? The other party was just sitting there nonchalantly. Yet he was actually able to knock him back with just a casual strike. This was a slap to his face. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Not long ago, Zhan Chongfeng had defeated the unfettered Saint Sun and the illusion Mia Saint Sun with such a powerful and condescending attitude. But now, this was actually happening to Zhan Chongfeng. With an even more disdainful attitude, Lin Xian pushed Zhan Chongfeng back with a palm strike. This Lin Xian was too strong. His strength had definitely increased again. The holy sons and holy daughters were shocked. No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were also shocked. Yi Wudao also laughed. It seemed that Brother Lin's strength had also improved a lot. No, at this cultivation level, the improvement was very slow. It was just that the other party was more useless. Lin Xian shrugged and drank another cup of wine. Pooh! When Zhan Chongfeng heard this, he was so angry that he vomited blood. In the distance, the people of the unfettered sect and the illusion Mia Palace were excited. The unfettered Saint Sun snorted coldly. Indeed, he would have to pay for what he had done. The illusion Mia Saint sneered. I want to see how this Zhan Chongfeng is going to end this. The two of them were in a good mood now. Previously, they were provoked and humiliated by the other party. This made them go crazy, but they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the other party would be looked down upon by the even more powerful Lin Xian. This made them feel as if they had taken revenge. Zhan Chongfeng's handsome face became extremely distorted. He stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you are courting death. Buzz, the thunder god's shadow, roared to the sky. His palms turned into 2 thunder hammers and quickly attacked. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fists. Thousands of fist shadows appeared in the sky. He used the heaven-battling divine fist. Together with the 9-yang divine body, its power was extremely terrifying. The 2 ultimate techniques collided in the sky, becoming illusory and indeterminable. Black holes rose up one after another, shocking everyone who saw this. The faces of the battle master and the others became more and more ugly. Zhan Chongfeng gritted his teeth and roared, "Heaven battling divine fist! Damn it! How can you counter my battle tribe's mystique?" He was going crazy. Not only was the other party powerful, but he also used his battle tribe's ultimate skill. When the others heard this, they were also stunned. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Xian's ultimate skill was the battle tribe's ultimate skill? Isn't this too unbelievable? Humph, such an ultimate skill is really a waste in your hands. Of course, I have to take it and use it to make it shine. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he stood up. An extremely terrifying aura erupted. It was as if a peerless immortal king had awakened. Everyone felt their bodies tense up. They couldn't even breathe. In fact, even the Chosens were shocked. You really don't interest me. So now it's over. Lin Xian stretched out a large palm and slapped forward. Humph! Zhan Chongfeng snorted coldly and activated the thunder god's shadow to resist. At the same time, his main body received the 5 thunder avatar. In that instant, he unleashed another great divine ability. Buzz, buzz, buzz! 5-colored lightning rushed out of his body. Each one turned into a lightning avatar and attacked Lin Xian. This scene was very sudden and very fast. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. Not good, that kid is in danger. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of the elites twitched wildly. The saints were even more shocked. With such timing and speed, it would be difficult for the other party to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian didn't dodge. The 5 thunder gods' avatars all landed on him. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Lightning filled the sky. The place where he was turned into a sea of lightning. An apocalyptic energy roared nonstop. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, the War Tribe's martial artists all laughed. The Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens, Sacred Ground, all laughed sinisterly. Let's see how this kid dies. The 5 Thunder Gods' avatars contain terrifying energy. Even the saints and saintesses were frightened. If he was hit directly, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. As long as Lin Xian was seriously injured, the rest would be easy. Zhan Changfeng would definitely kill him. The others were also discussing. No Flower, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others all frowned. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were even more worried. They even wanted to help. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his tail and said, "Don't be so excited. It's just a small attack. It won't hurt this kid." He had always been by Lin Xian's side. Naturally, he knew how terrifying Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was. Chapter 2677. Lightning surged on Zhan Wuhan's body, and the shadow of the Thunder God circled behind him. He shattered the fist shadows and then looked at the sea of lightning in front of him with a smug smile. "Reckless brat, do you think that you can contend against me with just your ability? You're too naive. Today I'll see how you die." He was very confident in his attack. He estimated that Zhan Wuhan would definitely be seriously injured and very likely lose half his life. Next, he would be able to kill him. "You're very confident in your attack, aren't you? But I'm sorry to disappoint you." A calm voice came from the sea of lightning in front of him. Then, the sea of lightning was torn apart by a ray of sword light. Then Lin Xian walked out. He was wearing a bright red robe and had a handsome face. He didn't seem to be injured at all. As Lin Xian walked out, everyone's hearts raced. When they saw Lin Xian's condition, they went crazy. Heavens, what's going on? He's fine. He's not injured. How is this possible? It can't be an illusion, right? The saints and saintesses were shocked. They used all kinds of secret soul techniques to investigate. However, when they realized that Lin Xian really wasn't injured, these saints and saintesses were dumbfounded. What's going on? They couldn't understand. Defense, what a strong defense. How can this kid's defense be so strong? Finally, a powerhouse screamed. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. No Flower, Gu Santong, the great Xia Prince, and the others were shocked. Yi Wudao also looked serious. He knew that Lin Xian couldn't have been injured, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to block it in such a way. In his opinion, Lin Xian should have used a strong sword qi to break the 5 lightning doppelganger, not a strong defense. The Taishan sage sat there with a smile on his face. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Xian like the stars in the sky being extinguished. He wanted to see through him. "Impossible. How could you not be injured?" Zhan Changfeng screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He knew how terrifying the 5 Thunder Doppelganger was. If it bombarded those saints and saintesses, it could definitely destroy half of their lives. Furthermore, all 5 of his clones had been hit. This was definitely the result of serious injuries. In the worst-case scenario, he might even lose his life. However, not only was the other party not seriously injured, he wasn't injured at all. This made him suspect that his 5 lightning clones did not hit his opponent at all. What 5 lightning doppelganger? It's just 5 water lightning. Do you really think you can hurt me? Lin Xian, stop smiling. I said, it's over now. He took a step forward, and his 9-yang divine body erupted. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, and a terrifying fist blasted out. The heaven-battling divine fist shook the heavens and earth. Lin Xian used one of the ultimate moves of the heaven-battling godly fist. His fist seemed to have turned into an incomparable sun that soared into the sky. Damn it, block for me. Zhan Changfeng used the thunder god's shadow to fight back. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the heavens fell, and the earth cracked. The thunder god's shadow was penetrated, and a terrifying crack appeared. With a boom, the mysterious thunder god's shadow exploded, turning into a sky full of lightning that pierced through the void. Zhan Chongfeng spat out mouthfuls of blood and kept retreating. His blood pierced through the ground and dyed the void red. The battle robe on his body was bright red, and it emitted a monstrous, bloody smell. So powerful. What a violent fist. How could this kid have such a powerful fist technique? Wasn't he a swordsman? At this moment, the saints and saintesses were all shocked. The experts and elders were also shocked. No Flower, Gu Santong, the great Xia prince, and the others all stood up and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yi Wudao's expression was even more serious. He stared at Lin Xian's body. What a strong physique! What he cared about was not Lin Xian's combat strength, but the flashing runes on Lin Xian's body. It was obvious that this was a very powerful body-refining technique. He felt that his saint body was reacting. Even the blood in his body was tumbling. This made him extremely shocked. One had to know that what could trigger his saint body's reaction was definitely an unparalleled physique. He didn't have it before, but he didn't expect that in just a few years his opponent would have such a physique. So strong, what kind of body-refining technique was this? Was it the Immortal Palace's supreme ability? Yi Wudao was surprised. He knew that Lin Xian didn't have such a powerful bloodline. It must be an unparalleled body-refining technique that could cause this scene. Brother Lin was really too shocking. No Flower and Gu Santong also smiled bitterly. What a strong physique! The great Xia prince exclaimed. The great mystery saint's eyes shone with a shocking light. Obviously, this scene was also beyond his expectations. At this moment, his heart was in great turmoil. As expected of the Immortal Palace's master, a peerless genius. Looks like I have to reevaluate him. The great mystery prince was shocked. Xin Jingqiu, on the other hand, clapped her hands happily. Wow, Big Brother Lin Xian is so amazing. He's much more powerful than before. Not only her, but Murong Qingqin, who was standing on the side, also revealed a smile. Among them, the dark red divine dragon was the calmest. This was because he already knew that this would be the result. At this moment, he smiled like an old monster. Ha, shocked. Tremble. I'll let you know how powerful the Nine-Yang divine body is. On the other side, the Yin-Yang sect, Five Elements Palace, Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, and Tai Dynasty all had pale faces. This scene also shocked them. They didn't even dare to mock Lin Xian anymore. All of them were stunned. Their bodies were trembling. The people of the war tribe were screaming crazily. Damn it, how could this be? How could this kid be so strong? Zhan Chongfeng roared into the sky. His body was covered in blood, and his black hair was dyed red. It danced in the wind. The aura on his body suddenly exploded. The power of his bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. A terrifying aura spread out, and the shadow of the thunder god behind him quickly condensed again. But this time it was different. A blood-red armor appeared on his body, and he was holding a blood-red long saber. Obviously, this was the result of the power of his bloodline. The shadow of the thunder god wasn't just his attack. It was also his king's domain. Now that it was fully unleashed, its power was much stronger than before. Kid, I didn't want to reveal my trump card before, but now you can die peacefully. He was furious. He wanted to kill Lin Xian at all costs. How terrifying! Zhan Chongfeng didn't use his full strength before. This was the power of his bloodline. The bloodline of the war tribe was extremely terrifying, and it was rumored that the more he fought, the stronger he became. Zhan Chongfeng was definitely terrifying. That's right, the war race was too strong. However, that Lin Xian was even more terrifying. I wonder if Zhan Chongfeng could defeat Lin Xian. I don't think so, but that might not be the case. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, they didn't think highly of Zhang Chongfeng. This made Zhang Chongfeng so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 2678. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Do you think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have the power of bloodline? He pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and unlocked the 6 seals on it. That's not how you should use lightning. Let me show you what real lightning is. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Suddenly, sparks of lightning appeared on the ancient Dragonsaur sword. In the next moment, he used the 9-fold lightning sword. Roar, with a slash, 3 lightning dragons rushed out from the sword wind, bearing their fangs and claws. Each of them was extremely terrifying, as if they were real. They charged forward, carrying astonishing lightning with them. The terrifying lightning dragons carried the power of lightning, and their explosion was earth-shattering. The god of lightning's projection was wearing a blood-red armor and holding a blood-red saber. It swept through everything, but the 3 lightning dragons were too terrifying. In the end, they tore the god of lightning's projection apart. Everyone was astonished by what they saw. Heavens, this kid's lightning sword technique is so terrifying. He's insane. He's not human. The war tribe actually lost. I already said that this kid is a peerless swordsman. How can he not use his sword technique? His sword technique is even more terrifying than before. They already knew that Lin Xian was a peerless swordsman, and they were looking forward to seeing Lin Xian use his sword. Indeed, with a slash of his sword, Zhang Chongfeng's trump card was instantly broken. Many elites screamed in excitement. Because they had nothing to do with either side. They just wanted to watch an exciting battle. Now, Lin Xian's sword technique had completely stunned them. Puff, Zhang Chongfeng spat out blood and flew out. His robe was torn, and there was a terrifying sword wound. His body was almost split in half. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Chongfeng. When the elites of the war tribe saw this, they could no longer hold it in. They hurried forward and brought Zhang Chongfeng back. Then they treated his injuries. Many elites of the war tribe stared at Lin Xian with bloodshot eyes. Ah, damned kid, you're courting death. I'm going to kill you. Humph, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Get out of here. Lin Xian coldly shouted. The 3 thunder dragons roared together in the sky. The terrifying sound waves caused the battle race martial artists to continuously retreat. Their expressions were ugly, and the others were amazed. He was too powerful. Although Lin Xian was young, he still displayed the demeanor of a generation's overlord. His future achievements would be limitless. Just you wait, don't be arrogant. The number 1 person of our battle clan's younger generation didn't come, but he would be here soon. At that time, he will personally take your life. The war race's martial artists roared madly. The others were shocked, and their eyelids twitched. What? The number 1 person of the war race's younger generation? Wasn't this title a little too terrifying? The war race was born for battle. They were an ancient race that was extremely terrifying. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Previously, there was Zhang Ji, the Golden Lion King, and other prodigies. Now there was Zhang Chongfeng. Although they had lost to Lin Xian, each and every one of them was extremely terrifying. However, they weren't the war race's number 1. Just who was this number 1 person of the war clan? How terrifying was that? In an instant, everyone was filled with anticipation. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. The number 1 person of the war race's younger generation? The name sounded quite frightening, but he was not afraid. So what if he was the number 1 person? Number 1 person? I'm looking forward to his arrival. Lin Xian's lips curled into a confident smile. Kid, just you wait. You're dead meat. The war race's martial artists left with Zhang Chongfeng after saying those harsh words. The others were discussing. On one hand, they were shocked by Lin Xian's strength, and on the other hand, they were guessing. Who was this number one person of the war race? How strong was he? Brother Lin, be careful. The war race has been passed down since ancient times, and their foundation is terrifying. The number one person of their family's younger generation must be terrifying, Gu Santong reminded. Lin Xian nodded as well. After that, everyone sat down and chatted, discussing martial arts and Tao. During this time, the Taishan sage was playing the zither. However, his gaze was extremely deep, and he even looked at Lin Xian from time to time. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Jade Lake was very lively, but there was still some time before the real opening. During this time, various powerful martial artists would come from time to time. Firstly, they wanted to know about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Secondly, they wanted to participate in the Feast of Peaches. Anyone who came would be given a peach. Of course, ordinary martial artists would be given a spiritual peach. Only the saints and saintesses, as well as those extremely powerful martial artists, would be able to get a real peach. However, even spiritual peaches were far more valuable than those in the outside world. Eating one would increase the strength of these martial artists. This was a huge temptation. In the next few days, Lin Xian sparred with Yi Wu Dao and the others from time to time. He also accompanied Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing. Of course, he spent more time with Shan Jingqiu because Murong Qingqing, as the Jade Lake Saintess, had many things to do. Most of the young martial artists who came were in charge of receiving them. The people from Demon Emperor Lightning were here. In the distance, a group of powerful figures landed, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Countless people gathered in front of them. The people from Demon Emperor Palace are here too? Why do I feel that there are many real demons among them? They were extremely shocked. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu also came nearby and looked forward. Lin Xian was also surprised. They saw a few very powerful figures. The demonic qi in their bodies was very terrifying. The one leading the way was still Hua Tiandu. Beside him, Yan Ruyu, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, had also arrived. Come, follow me. Lin Xian saw Yan Ruyu and smiled. He was about to go up. The 1 pound Shen Jingqiu pouted. Big brother Lin Xian, do you like that demonic woman? Why, is my little Qiu jealous? Lin Xian smiled and pinched Shen Jingqiu's nose. Yes, Shen Jingqiu was angry. Lin Xian pinched her little face. Don't worry, Qiu. You will always be the most special in my heart. Really? Shen Jingqiu was happy. Her eyes narrowed into crescents as she happily followed behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian rose into the air and flew forward. Fairy Yan, we meet again. Young Master Lin, long time no see. Yan Ryu also smiled. This smile stunned all the surrounding martialists. Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Damn, why is this kid here again? He's really haunting me. The experts from Demon Emperor Palace behind him also had gloomy expressions. They all stared at Lin Xian. Despicable human. Don't you dare have any ideas about Fairy Yan. That's right, get lost. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ignored all of these people. His face was as beautiful as jade. Fairy Yan, there will be a tea party later. I invited Yi Wu Dao and the other young geniuses to discuss martial arts. Chapter 2679. Hearing this, Yan Ruyu was also interested. After all, it was very good to be able to exchange cultivation experiences with these young top geniuses. Naturally, she was interested. She said with a smile. Hua Tiandu's face darkened. Damn it, he wasn't invited. He looked at the human kid in front of him and wanted to kick him away. All right, then I'll wait for Fairy Yan. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand, then left the sky with Shen Jingqiu. Damn it, he's too arrogant. I really want to slap him to death. Don't be impulsive, he's not simple. He's killed several bodies. His strength is definitely terrifying. There were also experts who had solemn expressions, thinking that they shouldn't be impulsive. After the others heard this, their eyelids twitched. Damn it, he's not too arrogant and he's so strong. But Fairy Yan, are you really going? That little one is obviously interested in you. Yes, he's plotting something against you. Many young geniuses hurriedly tried to persuade her. Yen Ryu was the goddess of their dreams, and they were still fighting among themselves. How could they allow an outsider to compete with them? Yen Ryu smiled. Don't misunderstand, it's just a martial arts tea party. Little Qing, let's go down for a walk. Speaking of this, Yen Ryu said to the little maid beside her. The little maid nodded and followed behind Yen Ryu. Seeing Yen Ryu fly down with the little maid, the other geniuses sighed. Of course, there were also some experts whose eyes flickered. They came behind Hu Tiandu and asked in a deep voice, Saint, what do you plan to do? Actually, in my opinion, you should let the old sacred leader come out and grant a marriage. It's best for you and Yen Ryu to be husband and wife. I think so too, but my grandfather didn't say anything at all. What do you want me to do? Hua Tiandu's face darkened. At this moment, an old man beside him said, We can't be impulsive in this matter. Her identity is too shocking. If we force it, it might make things worse. Another old man also stood out. To be honest, I don't think it's possible for them to get married. However, as long as she's on our side, it's already very beneficial to our demon lord palace. Hearing this, Hu Tiandu was extremely unwilling. Indeed, the other party's identity was frighteningly high. Not to mention him, even his grandfather, the old holy master of the demon imperial palace, did not dare to do anything to him. Therefore, there was no need to think about using force. He could only rely on his own charm to win her over. However, this path was simply too difficult. He had never seen any genius that could catch the eye of the other party. The elders of the demon imperial palace were afraid that Hu Tiandu would be impulsive, so they hurriedly warned him again. Tiandu, you must not anger Ryu, and you must not even go against her. Whatever decision she makes, it's up to her. You mustn't interfere. Indeed, her awakening was becoming more and more powerful. If she fully awakened, then countless demon kings would kneel at her feet. Some of the ancient great demons had to be used by her. Therefore, he must not provoke her. I know. Hua Tiandu clenched his teeth, extremely unhappy. At this moment, a middle-aged man on the side said, Holy Sun, we don't dare to anger Fairy Yen, but that doesn't mean we can let that brat go. Isn't he discussing martial arts? Let's send a few geniuses over to spar with him. Let them know the power of the demon imperial palace. Yes, it's best if we can teach that brat a lesson. That brat is too powerful. Even I don't have 100% confidence in winning. Hua Tiandu's expression was grave. Indeed, he had seen the strength of the other party. Moreover, he had heard that 2 days ago, the other party had injured the war race's genius in public. He was extremely domineering. We also heard about the matter. Actually, we don't need to do anything. He's dead for sure. The war race's #1 genius will arrive soon. That brat definitely won't live. I feel that we can join forces with the war race. Although the war race's #1 genius hasn't come yet, the celestial race's little sky king has come. Are you talking about the celestial race's peerless genius, Little Sky King? He actually came too. That's right, he came. Little Sky King has always been arrogant, and he has a good relationship with the war race. As long as we contact the war race and sow discord, we can definitely make Little Sky King take action. With Little Sky King's strength, it's very easy to defeat that guy. Hearing this, Hua Tiandu's eyes lit up. All right, let's do that. The other elders of the demon imperial palace didn't stop him. After all, they were afraid of Yen Ryu, not Lin Xian from the immortal palace. They felt that it was necessary to suppress him. Soon, Hu Tiandu led a few geniuses to the war race's location for a secret discussion. On the other side, at the Lake Paradise, this was the place that Lin Xian had chosen to hold the martial tea gathering. With Morong Qingqing there, this place was quickly taken over by them. Not only that, Morong Qingqing even called some of the jade lake's maids over. Soon, all kinds of spirit fruits and spirit tea were placed on the table. In the distance, countless figures also left. There were Yi Wu Dao, No Flower, and the others. There were also some saints. Although Lin Xian didn't invite them, they also heard the news and came over. After all, it was an extremely rare opportunity to have an exchange with top geniuses like Yi Wu Dao. Lin Xian didn't refuse the saints and saintesses who came, because he was confident that he could control the situation. Therefore, even if there were some who had a grudge against him or wanted to cause trouble, Lin Xian didn't invite them. It didn't matter if they had such intentions, but if they dared to cause trouble, he would definitely suppress them. This place was indeed very lively. Two figures floated over from the distance. One of them was dressed in snow-white clothes, like a beautiful fairy. Behind her was a maid in green. The moment these two appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. So beautiful! It was Yen Ruyu from the Demon Imperial Palace. She actually came down. Cries of surprise rang out. The saints' eyes flickered with excitement. The saintesses looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Because the other party was too beautiful, they felt endless pressure. Young Master Lin, I'm not too late, right? After Yen Ryu landed, she looked at Lin Xian. This scene made many saints speechless. Damn, what's wrong with this Lin Xian? How could he attract such a peerless beauty? He already had the Jade Lake Saintess and Zixia Saintess by his side. Now, even Yen Ryu favored him. This made everyone confused. What was going on? You're not too late. It hasn't started yet, Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, Murong Qingqing also stood up. Fairy Yen, please take a seat. Yen Ryu smiled. She had long heard that the Jade Lake Saintess was unparalleled in beauty. Now that she saw her today, she really lived up to her reputation. Fairy Yen is too polite. Fairy Yen is peerless. Her ethereal and elegant temperament is rare in the world. Chapter 2680. Sister Qingqing, you can do it. Xin Jingqiu cheered from the side. Yen Ryu looked over and looked at Xin Jingqiu. She had long heard that Saint Zixia of Zixia Holy Land was one of the Oriental Pearls. Now that she had seen her, she was indeed more beautiful than the rumors. Was she? No way. Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu's little face blushed. She was very happy. Lin Xian looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that this little girl's combat strength was still a little lacking. All right, everyone take a seat. Lin Xian stood up and waved his hand. If this continued, who knew what would happen? However, what he was worried about really happened, because Murong Qingqing did not return to her seat. Instead, she continued to speak. Fairy Yen, why don't we have a spar first? Sure, I also want to experience Jade Lake's unique skills. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned at first. Then there was an uproar. They were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. What's going on? Two peerless beauties are actually going to fight. God, why do I feel that they are fighting over a man's favor? Impossible. That kid definitely does not have such charm. It must be that the battle between these two peerless beauties has nothing to do with that kid. Everyone shouted crazily. However, no matter what, they were able to see the battle between two peerless beauties. This was definitely not a wasted trip. In an instant, more and more cultivators appeared in the surroundings. Fairy Yen, please. Murong Qingqing stretched out her jade-like hand and made an inviting gesture. Yen Ryu nodded. Her figure flashed, and she came to the center of the field. Lin Xian was stunned. What's going on between the two of them? Why are they going to spar after a few words? He sighed helplessly and rubbed his face. The dark red dragon at the side had a smirk on his face. Kid, now you know the consequences of having too many women. Hearing this, Lin Xian was speechless. Xin Jingqiu at the side clenched her fists. Sister Qingqing, you can do it. The eyes of the other saints and saintesses also flickered. The cultivators of the Holy Land were even more excited. In the pavilion of the rockery in the distance, the people of Demon Imperial Palace also looked over. Everyone was discussing Niangnu. Who was stronger? However, as they discussed, they realized that they really couldn't guess the outcome until they saw it. Little Sister Qingqing, I'm going to make a move now. Yan Ruyu twirled her hair and gently blew on it. Suddenly, a green light turned into a mysterious rune in the sky and pressed forward. The cyan runes grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a cyan mountain. It instantly arrived in front of Morong Qingqing, wanting to suppress her. How terrifying! What a powerful divine ability! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. A wisp of aura was able to create such a terrifying scene. This Yan Ruyu was much stronger than they had imagined. She was definitely a top-tier saintess. Elder sister, you're really good at scheming. Since that's the case, I won't be polite either. Morong Qingqing waved her hand. Beside her, countless petals danced in the air, forming a flying flower slash that slashed towards the green mountain. With a kum-chong sound, the two collided, causing heaven and earth to collapse. Countless cracks spread out. The surrounding artificial mountains, pavilions, and the ground flickered with runes, blocking all of the energy attacks. This made everyone feel a lot more at ease. Otherwise, just the energy shockwaves from this battle would have killed many people. Now that their lives were no longer in danger, everyone carefully observed. The more they watched, the more shocked they were. Although the two women spoke politely, their attacks were not careless at all. Every strike left everyone in shock. In addition to being speechless, Lin Xian was also shocked. Because he had never seen Yan Ryu attack before, he was extremely shocked after seeing it. Yan Ryu definitely had a terrifying divine ability. Moreover, he couldn't tell which sect she was from. What shocked him even more was that Yan Ryu couldn't see any shadow of Zhao Shui from before at all. The previous Zhao Shui was proficient in using eye techniques, especially the Void Sky Eye, which was incomparably mysterious. But now, Yan Ruyu's divine ability was completely different from before. It seemed to belong to another school. What was going on? Was she really Zhao Shui from before? Lin Xian was a little doubtful now. Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were also shocked. In the distance, the Yin Yang Saint, the Four Symbols Saint, Seiko Dian, the Alcade Saintess, and the others were also shocked. Because the techniques and divine abilities of the two peerless beauties in front of them were too shocking. Beams of dazzling light and mysterious runes crisscrossed the sky. Each of them could easily pierce through a peerless almighty. The two exchanged more than 100 blows, and they were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the winner. All right, it's about time. Both of you should rest for a while. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly stood up and stretched out his two large hands. Instantly, the air moved and turned into two waves, enveloping the two of them, and separating the two of them. Seeing this, Morong Qingqing retreated and didn't attack again. Yan Ruyu, who was at the side, also stopped. After fighting for so long, you must be tired. Come and have a taste of the spiritual tea. Morong Qingqing said softly. All right, I'll do as you say. Yan Ruyu also smiled. The two of them looked like good friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. They were no longer fighting with their lives on the line. This scene shocked everyone. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It was really terrifying. In the distance, Huatiandu looked at this scene and snorted. He didn't expect the Jade Lake Saintess to be able to fight to a draw with Yan Ryu. It really surprised him. However, the few elites next to him laughed. Yan Ryu definitely didn't use her full strength. She didn't use her trump card. Otherwise, how could it be a draw? Yes, with Yan Ryu's identity, once she used her trump card, no matter how powerful or how talented the Jade Lake Saintess was, she couldn't stop her. Hearing this, Huatiandu nodded. Indeed, if Yan Ryu used all her trump cards, perhaps only Yi Wudao and the Yi family's saint body could contend with her. The others wouldn't be able to resist at all. Thinking of this, Huitiandu was relieved. However, he still regretted that if Yan Ryu could attack Lin Xian, it would be great. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. Therefore, he could only put his hope on the heavenly human tribe's little Sky King. Next, everyone exchanged pointers and asked for advice. Even the saints and saintesses would give guidance to some ordinary disciples for the first time. This made everyone very excited. Before long, the 4 manifestations' holy child stepped forward and challenged Leaf Doudenier to a duel in terms of physique and close combat. Yi Wudao agreed readily. The 2 of them exchanged 100 blows, and the 4 symbols saint was forced to retreat. A saint body was indeed unparalleled in the world. The 4 symbols saint wasn't too upset because he knew how terrifying a saint body was. The others were even more shocked. Although the 4 symbols saint was forced to retreat, they didn't underestimate him. To be able to withstand so many blows from a saint body and rely on his physique to fight in close combat was definitely terrifying to the extreme. Perhaps, other than a saint body, there weren't many people who could contend with the 4 symbols saint. Oh, how lively! Another sneer came from the distance. Chapter 2681. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. The people from the war tribe were here too. This was going to be interesting. In the crowd, the people from the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground all sneered. Many people looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. So what if the war tribe was here? He could easily defeat Zhan Chongfeng last time, and he could do the same this time. Therefore, he did not care at all. He waved his hand and let them in. The prodigies of the war tribe walked with majestic steps, looking down on everyone. They brought with them a powerful aura that made everyone silent. So powerful, these people exclaimed. At the same time, they realized that there was another group of people beside the war tribe. These people were also glowing with powerful auras, but they were obviously not from the war tribe. Who were these people? How could they be on the same level as the war tribe? They were even surprised to find that Zhan Chongfeng and the other prodigies were half a step behind. Walking in front of them was a young man. He was a very handsome young man with a head of white hair that was unusually eye-catching. Not only this evil young man, but many people behind him also had white hair. It was very strange. Who were these people? Everyone was discussing. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and was puzzled. Beside him, the dark red dragon also screamed. Heavenly human tribe. Heaven. It was the heavenly human tribe. They were here too. It seemed that this was indeed a golden age. Many ancient tribes had appeared. What was that? Lin Xian was surprised and turned around to ask. Like the war tribe, the heavenly human tribe was a tribe that had been passed down since ancient times. They were very powerful. They claimed to be the descendants of heaven and knew how to use the power of heaven and earth, especially the legendary heavenly human tribe. They were really terrifying to the extreme. They could easily achieve the unity of heaven and man, and their use of the power of heaven and earth was many times stronger than other prodigies. However, like the war tribe, the heavenly human tribe had been living in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. No one knew if the heavenly human tribe still had any heavenly human tribe members. So powerful, Lin Xian was shocked. Heavenly human tribe. Just by hearing the name, he knew that it was an extremely powerful tribe. He never expected that the other party would also appear. Moreover, what made him frown was that the other party was walking so closely with the war race. This wasn't a good sign. Kid, this is a golden age. You can't let your guard down. The dark red divine dragon reminded him via voice transmission. Although you're a top-tier saint now, that's only in the human race. The human race was one of the 10,000 ancient races. When the Great Emperor contest took place, it wasn't just the human race. Many ancient hermit races would also show up. Zhanru and the heavenly human tribe were one of them. There were too many powerful tribes like them. All kinds of astonishing and heaven-defying physiques would emerge one after another. Therefore, on the path of becoming a great emperor, one must never relax. Upon hearing the dark, red, divine dragon's reminder, Lin Xian's expression turned grave. His eyes shone with a cold light. The 10,000 ancient races? It really made one's blood boil with anticipation. The other saints and saintesses were also discussing. The eyes of Leaf, Daudenier, No Flower, Gusantong, the Prince of the Grand Xia, and the others all flickered. It was obvious that the arrival of the heavenly human tribe had brought them a sense of threat and oppression. Who knew if there would be other powerful tribes coming back to life after this? But no matter what, they knew that this might really be a golden age. Geniuses would emerge one after another, and all kinds of heaven-defying physiques would appear in this era. The older generation figures were even more envious and amazed. Was the road to becoming a great emperor about to open? If it did, the battle this time would be far more intense than before. Yes, the battle to become a great emperor was already fraught with difficulties. Now that there was a golden age, it would be extremely intense. The final great emperor would probably step on the corpses of countless tribes and sky prides to reach the top. Everyone discussed animatedly as they kept looking ahead. At the same time, the people of the heavenly human tribe also looked around. Among them, Zhan Changfeng looked around as if he was looking for something. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes shone with a cold light and his lips curled into a cold smile. He whispered a few words into the ears of the white-haired youth at the front. Sure enough, the youth heard something and turned to look at Lin Xian. His eyes were like two sharp divine swords that pierced through the void. Buzz! The space around Lin Xian instantly cracked. Countless small cracks spread out in all directions. In addition to this eye technique, there was also a strong sense of oppression. But fortunately, Lin Xian was surrounded by top-tier sky prides, and Lin Xian was even more powerful. He snorted coldly, and a sharp sword light appeared in his eyes as he charged forward. Clang! Clang! Their gazes collided in the air, and two pitch-black vortexes appeared in the void. They were bottomless, so powerful. The surrounding martial artists and sky prides were shocked. The older generation figures' eyelids were also twitching. The young man from the heavenly human tribe sneered. Interesting. You are worthy of my attack. What? He wants to attack. As soon as he said that, everyone exclaimed, and the entire scene immediately became chaotic. Among them, many saints and saintesses instantly understood that the heavenly human tribe was most likely a powerful helper invited by the war tribe. At this moment, the heavenly human tribe's prodigy was probably helping the war tribe. That's right. Who would have thought that the heavenly human tribe would attack before the war tribe's number one sky pride appeared? There would probably be an earth-shattering battle soon. That was for sure. The heavenly human tribe was extremely powerful. They were one with the heavens and could use the extreme power of heaven and earth. They were definitely terrifying and mysterious. He wondered if that brat Lin Xian would be able to withstand it. That would depend on which prodigy from the heavenly human tribe would attack. Everyone was discussing. Those from the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Holy Ground sneered. They naturally knew how terrifying the heavenly human tribe was. With a prodigy from the heavenly human tribe attacking, that kid would probably not be able to block them. On the other side, Gusantong, No Flower, and the others frowned. The war tribe was able to find someone from the heavenly human tribe. That was really surprising. Yi Wudao said, Brother Lin, be careful. The white-haired youth at the front is not simple. He seemed to be from the heavenly human tribe and was known as the Little Sky King. Little Sky King. Hearing this name, Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The surrounding saints and sky prides' eyelids twitched. That was a very arrogant name. He actually dared to call himself a Sky King. However, he added the word little in front of it, which meant that he was a Sky King of the younger generation. However, that was already very terrifying. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. They wondered if Lin Xian could block them. Chapter 2682. That's right. The little Sky King stepped out with his hands behind his back. He looked arrogant. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to provoke the war tribe. Make your move. I'll give you 3 moves. Hearing that, everyone's mouths twitched as if they had seen a ghost. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. What was Lin Xian's strength? He was a top saint. He had easily defeated Zhan Chongfeng and had even killed many holy sons. How powerful was such a person? But now the little Sky King said that he would give Lin Xian 3 moves first. How confident and arrogant was that? As expected, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others' expressions changed. The dark red divine dragon gritted its teeth. Damn it, it really wanted to slap him a few times. Kid, kill him. I heard that the heavenly human tribe has a fragment of the heavenly laws. Let's see if it's true. Hearing that, the surrounding people's mouths twitched as they looked at the dark red divine dragon in shock. Damn it, is this snake crazy? It wants to kill the little Sky King of the heavenly human tribe? It really doesn't want to cause trouble. Brother Xian, be careful. Brother Lin Xian, do your best. Beside him, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu also looked worried. Yan Ryu smiled and her eyes flickered. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. She was looking forward to the next battle. At this moment, countless geniuses looked at Lin Xian. Lin Qingxian stood up, shook his robe, and said loudly, "No need, I'll give you 10 moves." 10 moves? Hearing that, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The people of the war tribe and the heavenly human tribe also looked gloomy, especially the people of the heavenly human tribe. Their expressions became ferocious. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you say that to the little Sky King? What a reckless kid. Today will be the day of your death. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. The little Sky King's face also darkened and his eyes lit up. Good, very good. I didn't expect someone to be more arrogant than me. However, do you have the right to be so arrogant? Do you have it? You can try. You're really interesting. He is worthy of me making a move. However, I advise you to take out your true trump card and give it your all. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to attack anymore. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying aura gushed out of his body. It was as if a divine fire was burning fiercely. A powerful force suppressed the world. This time, it was as if he had really drawn a heavenly king. Everyone was trembling. Even the holy sons and holy daughters looked solemn. They had to admit that the other party did have the capital and strength to be so arrogant. He was simply too powerful. Even Leaf Denier had a very serious expression on his face. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His 9-yang divine body blossomed with light, making him look like a sun or god. Boom! He punched out, and there was a terrifying sound of thunder. Accompanied by a bright light, it was like a sun streaking across the sky. It was so powerful that the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian was also incomparably terrifying. And from the looks of it, his strength was even more terrifying than when he was fighting Zhan Chongfeng. As expected, the other party had not used his full strength earlier. Perhaps this was the true strength of the other party. One after another, shock was heard. However, the people of the heavenly human tribe were quite calm. That was because they had full confidence in their little heavenly king. The little heavenly king squinted his eyes. No wonder Zhan Chongfeng of the war tribe was defeated. The other party's fist was indeed terrifying. However, that was all. The other party was definitely not his opponent. In the next moment, he stretched out his vigorous palm and slapped forward. Suddenly, countless auras filled the air, forming a palm of light. It was like the palm of a god that could destroy everything. This palm blocked the fist that was as bright as the sun. Was this the power of heaven and earth? Everyone was shocked. Although they could also use the power of heaven and earth, it was insignificant compared to the other party. The other party's palm was too mysterious. It was so light, but it blocked such a terrifying fist. It really had the charm of using 4 tails to defeat 1,000 caddies. Lin Xian was also moved. Was this the power of the heavenly human tribe? They could turn something rotten into something magical. They were indeed worthy of their reputation. No wonder they were on equal footing with the war tribe. As for Leaf Daudenier, he looked very serious. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes burst out with an even colder light. The 9-yang divine body was also at full power. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out from his body. Not only did Lin Xian use the 9-yang divine body, but he also used the power of the great dragon Sword Soul. A loud and clear dragon roar sounded. The dragon's sword realm surrounded him, and terrifying sword light swept across the world. The sword light was accompanied by a dragon's roar. Feeling the sword chi, everyone's scalp went numb, and they kept retreating. The people of the war tribe and the heavenly human tribe also changed their expressions. Especially the heavenly human tribe. They were even more surprised. This guy was actually a swordsman. They thought that Lin Xian was a close combat expert. The little heavenly king's eyes also darkened, and a biting cold light bloomed in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be a swordsman. This was even more interesting. As he spoke, his palm moved and countless energy danced in the air, forming a spiritual sword that bloomed with incomparable light. It appeared from the sky like a sword of a god descending from the sky. A terrifying sword chi burst out from the little heavenly king's body. I'm sorry, but I've also practiced the sword Dao. What? This little heavenly king is also an expert of the sword Dao? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that both sides practiced the sword Dao. This was going to be a good show. The prince of the great Xia dynasty had a solemn look. A golden light appeared on his body because he was also an expert of the sword Dao. Although Yi Wu Dao, the Alcade sage, No Flower, and the others were not experts of the sword Dao, they were also looking forward to this battle. Murong, Shen Jingqiu, and Yan Ryu, the 3 peerless beauties, also had flickering eyes. Among them, Shen Jingqiu snorted coldly. He was definitely not a match for Lin Xian. The people of the Yin-Yang sect and the 5 Elements Palace laughed. An expert of the sword Dao? That's great. Defeating the opponent in the opponent's strongest field. I think there's nothing more painful than this kind of defeat. In the pavilion, Hu Tiandu looked at this scene and grinned. When this kid is defeated, let's see if he still has the face to see Yan Ryu. Everyone sneered. Lin Xian was also surprised. His opponent was also an expert of the sword Dao. However, he was really courting death by competing with him in the sword. An expert of the sword Dao? I hope you won't cry later. Lin Xian smiled. In the next moment, he pulled out the dragon source sword and slashed down. You'll be the one crying later. The little heavenly king also held his spiritual sword and charged forward. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. One was like a sword immortal, while the other was like a sword god. Every time they collided, an unparalleled light would erupt. Chapter 2683. Each time he used the power of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. How was this a sword technique? It was simply destroying the world. The heavenly human tribe was one with heaven and man, and they could easily use the ultimate power of heaven and earth. Everyone even saw tribulation, lightning, falling from the sky. However, they were even more terrified of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was unharmed by such a terrifying tribulation, lightning sword. What kind of physique did he have? If not for Lin Xian's surname, they would even suspect that Lin Xian was the second sage physique of the Yi family. Damn it! What was going on with this kid's physique? The people of the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens, Sacred Ground, roared crazily. The 4 symbols saint stared at Lin Xian with his eyes wide open. Damn it! How could his physique be so strong? It's even more terrifying than my Dracophant physique. He was too shocked. He cultivated the 4 symbols, Sacred Ground's physique. the Dracophant physique, which was extremely terrifying. Previously, with this powerful physique, he was able to exchange more than 100 blows with Yi Wudao before he was forced to retreat. One could only imagine how terrifying the Dracophant physique was. However, he now realized that Lin Xian's physique was even more terrifying than his Dracophant physique. He even speculated that it was not weaker than a sage physique. This was really shocking. Not only the 4 symbol saints, but the other saints and saintesses were also going crazy. Among them, the Taishan saint's eyes were like stars, trying to see through Lin Xian's secret. The Alcade saint's body was surrounded by light like a god fiend. It was also his first time seeing Lin Xian's 9 eyes physique. He was also shocked. The people of the Yi family were even more shocked. In short, at this moment, everyone was shocked by the strong physique that Lin Xian displayed. The people of the heavenly human tribe were also shocked. Damn it, who was he? How could he withstand the power of tribulation lightning? The little sky king's face was gloomy. Kid, let's see how long you can withstand it. He did not expect Lin Xian's physique to be so strong. Myriad lightning sword light. The little sky king held his spiritual sword and slashed down. The sky was torn apart, and a large hole was opened. Countless thunder and lightning bolts rained down. Each of them contained the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Little Sky King had no choice but to use the power of heaven and earth to attack. Heavenly tribulation? You think you're the only one who knows how to do it? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. He waved the ancient dragon abyss sword, and the void beneath his feet split open. Countless lightning dragons rushed out. Every single one of them was incomparably terrifying, and they all exuded a world-destroying power. Boom! Boom! The 2 forces collided in the heavenly palace. Thunder and lightning filled the sky, destroying the world. Then they dissipated in the air at the same time. It was blocked. He had actually blocked the power of the myriad tribulations sword technique. Damn it, what's wrong with this brat? How could he also know this kind of destructive lightning tribulation? Celestial clans people were stupefied. Little Sky King's face fell, his white hair flying about crazily. The other saints and elites were also shocked. The dark red divine dragon sneered. With the great dragon sword soul, what kind of power could he not display? These heavenly humans were still too naive. Lin Xian used the chaotic yin-yang steps. Yin and yang energy appeared under his feet, and he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was next to Little Sky King. The ancient dragon sword slashed horizontally. Countless dragon shadows appeared on the sword light, exuding a primordial aura. Yin and yang energy. How could this brat know yin and yang energy? Everyone exclaimed, and the people of the yin-yang sect screamed. Damn it, the chaotic yin-yang steps. How could he know that? They were all crazy. Little Sky King could not care less about the yin and yang energy. He felt threatened. His opponent's sword strike was too terrifying. It was as if it was going to cut him in half. At this moment, the ancient dragon abyss sword had turned into a divine rainbow. A loud dragon roar resounded, freezing Little Sky King's blood. However, Little Sky King was extremely powerful. He was one of the top elites of the younger generation. Immediately, 2 pairs of spiritual power wings appeared on his back. He flapped them gently and quickly retreated. It was like a fleeting shadow. At the same time, he waved his palm and slapped out. Mountains and rivers appeared in the void. The trees towered into the sky, and birds and beasts danced in the sky. It was like a real mountain. However, all of this was condensed from spiritual power. This was the power and means of the heavenly human tribe. Boom! The spiritual mountain fell from the sky and directly pressed Lin Xian under it. With a rumbling sound, the void shattered and countless black holes appeared. Seeing this scene, the people of the heavenly human tribe laughed loudly. Do you see that? This is the power of the Little Sky King. In front of me, you can't resist at all." Little Sky King sneered. The people of the War tribe also laughed. The people of the Inyang sect, Hua Tiandu, and the Five Elements Palace also revealed ferocious expressions. The others were in an uproar. What a terrifying spiritual mountain! They quickly analyzed and felt that even they would not be able to withstand it in a head-on confrontation, unless they could dodge it or had a terrifying body like Yi Wudao. This kid's body was strong, so he should not die. However, he would definitely be injured. Yes, but he was injured, so he did not have any advantage in front of Little Sky King. His opponent was also a top genius. If this dragged on, it would be disadvantageous for Lin Xian. It seemed that this time, Lin Xian was really going to lose. Lin Xian was powerful, but Little Sky King was even more terrifying. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also very worried. Their beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Yan Ruyu's eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. The most calm person was the dark red divine dragon. He just wait and see. That kid won't be defeated so easily. It and Lin Xian had killed more than one invincible king. How could they be defeated by a Little Sky King? Buzz! Buzz! Indeed, in an instant a sword light lit up in the endless black hole, illuminating heaven and earth. In the next moment, the majestic spiritual mountain was split into two halves. Rumble! It turned into spiritual qi and shattered the void. Lin Xian's figure rushed out. His bright red robe trembled, but he was not injured at all. What? His physique was actually so strong. Damn it, this was impossible. The heavenly human screamed, while Little Sky King was sent flying with a muffled groan. This was because the sword had directly slashed his body. Fortunately, he had armor and spiritual shield on his body. Although he was sent flying, the sword did not directly hit him. However, he still underestimated the great dragon sword soul. Although the long sword did not hit him, the sword qi passed through the spiritual shield and hit his body. It caused his blood to boil, and his face became as pale as a sheet. The heavenly human tribe was just SOSO. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Little Sky King in the distance. There was a hint of disdain in his words. "Kid, you're courting death." Little Sky King stopped, and his eyes were extremely cold. "You've completely angered me. I'll let you see my true strength." Boom! The spiritual qi on his body exploded, and 9 vortexes appeared beside him, crazily absorbing the power between heaven and earth. Chapter 2684. Giant Spirit Palm. He roared angrily and struck out with his palm. It formed in the sky. At this moment, a palm of light with a radius of 1,000 miles slammed down from the sky. The sky cracked and the airwaves rolled. Many people in the surroundings vomited blood and were sent flying backward. Their faces were full of horror. Damn it, is this guy crazy? The saints and saintesses also stood up as if they were facing a great enemy. Murong Qingqing also stood up. She shouted, and countless powerhouses of the Jade Lake sacred ground appeared around her. They quickly formed hand seals, and a light array formation was formed, covering the surrounding martial artists and the buildings of the Jade Lake to prevent them from being damaged by the energy impact. After doing that, she looked up at the sky because the power of this palm was too terrifying. She was worried about Lin Xian. Damn it, is the heavenly human tribe still human? Why do I feel that the spiritual power he uses is not on the same level as ours? Those people are crazy. Those prodigies also felt a strong sense of oppression as if they were facing a great enemy. A spiritual palm pressed down from the sky, trying to smash Lin Xian into pieces. Well, I'll let you see my true power. Lin Xian looked up at the sky and took a step forward. The sword qi on his body suddenly erupted. At this moment, he no longer hid his power. The sword qi was like a forest, soaring into the sky and piercing through heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 sword chi formed around him. Each sword chi was as thick as a mountain and as sharp as a divine light. They pierced through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire world trembled. No one in the Jade Lake came to watch the battle. They also looked up at the sky. Heavens, what is that? Someone is fighting. Who is it? What a terrifying sword chi. Let's go and take a look. One figure after another swiftly flew out. Even the powerful elders in the hall came out one after another and looked into the distance. It was the palace master. The eyes of Xingtian and the others also flickered. Among them, the great guardian looked at the 1,000-mile palm and frowned. Look at the spirit chi, it's so terrifying. The heavenly human tribe has appeared. The Yi family patriarch said in a deep voice. The other sacred lords and elders also frowned. Is the golden age coming? Even the heavenly human tribe had come out. Who knew how many of the 10,000 ancient races would appear? Looks like we really have to hurry up and join forces to open the myriad dragon nest. We must obtain the treasures inside. Otherwise, the human race will not have the upper hand in the Emperor Road contest. These people thought even further. Soon, they withdrew their gazes and entered the palace again. On the other side, the 9 heaven-piercing sword lights collided with the gigantic spirit palm. The heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, and the mountains and rivers shattered. A crack that was tens of thousands of miles long appeared in the void. Fortunately, this was the Jade Lake sacred land where there were countless formations and supreme weapons. Therefore, everyone was safe and sound. However, the sky was completely chaotic. Those martial artists also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move at all. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the swords of the 5 elements. Lin Xian suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at the 5 streaks of sword chi in front of him. Whoa! The power of the 5 elements burst forth, and the 5 elemental swords quickly combined into one. Then, the sword pierced through the sky. A hole appeared in the giant spirit's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Thousands of lightning bolts fell, and everyone below trembled. Those from the heavenly human tribe also turned pale. Damn it, he broke the giant spirit palm. Kid, you're courting death. Little Sky King was furious. Although the giant palm was penetrated, it did not dissipate. Not only that, but the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth also appeared on the 5 fingers. Do you think you're the only one who can use the power of the 5 elements? You're too naive to use the power of heaven and earth in front of me. Let me show you what it means to be one with heaven and earth. The terrifying palm of the 5 elements appeared in the sky. The aura it emitted made everyone tremble in fear. With a loud bang, the 5 elemental palm collided with the 5 elemental swords, and the 2 produced an earth-shattering sound. Countless large cracks appeared in the void. The saints and saintesses below exclaimed in shock. Some of the older powerhouses were even shocked. The 5 elemental palm was too terrifying. Had it surpassed the 5 elemental palace? That's right. The powerhouses of the 5 elemental palace also had ugly expressions. They cultivated the 5 elemental arts. However, they found that the power of the 5 elements displayed by Little Sky King was even more terrifying than theirs. Was this the power of the heavenly human tribe? It was too terrifying. The people of the 5 elemental palace trembled, but soon they sneered. The more powerful Little Sky King was, the more dangerous Lin Xian would be. It would be best to kill him. Sure enough, in an instant, the 5 elemental swords were trembling under the 5 elemental palm. Even the light on them dimmed. You want to compete with me in the power of heaven and earth? You have no chance of winning. Little Sky King was very strong. Is that so? Let me tell you today. There's a kind of power that transcends heaven and earth. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out a sharp light, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. The power of the great dragon sword soul surged into the 5 elemental swords. Suddenly, the dim 5 elemental swords burst out a bright light, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the 5 elemental swords were blasted away. What? His 5 elemental swords' power could skyrocket. The people around were shocked, and the people of the 5 elemental palace almost knelt down, because the power of the 5 elemental swords that Lin Xian displayed now was even more terrifying than Little Sky King's. Impossible! How could he surpass Little Sky King? The people of the 5 elemental palace screamed crazily. Little Sky King vomited blood and flew backward. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, staining his spiritual armor red. Ah, kid, you deserve to die. Little Sky King roared, and the spiritual power wings on his back flapped, and he disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned, shifted his position, and quickly dodged. However, this time, Little Sky King obviously used a secret technique, so his speed was faster than Lin Xian expected. Whoosh! He appeared beside Lin Xian, and the spiritual sword in his hand turned into a divine light and directly slashed down. Bang! This sword slashed Lin Xian's body, and Lin Xian was blasted away. The space in the sky was also shattered. However, there was still no blood flowing in the sky. This made everyone stunned. What kind of physique was this? It was too sturdy. After taking a direct hit from Little Sky King, he was not injured. Kid, let's see how long you can hold on. Little Sky King roared. His white hair fluttered, and the spiritual power wings on his back bloomed with unparalleled light. He flashed to the limit of his speed. In an instant, thousands of figures appeared in the sky, and each of them launched a biting, cold attack. Countless streaks of sharp sword light slashed toward Lin Xian. I am Little Sky King, and I should suppress everything. You are no match for me at all. The arrogant voice made everyone tremble, and they felt that they could not resist. Chapter 2685. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the void collapsed and countless cracks spread out. A black hole was formed and swallowed Lin Xian. The violent energy annihilated everything, and many people could not open their eyes. Below, the people were stunned. Is this the Junior Heavenly King? It's too terrifying. Lin Xian, that fellow, was definitely dead. Yes, I'm afraid that other than Yi Wudao, I can't think of anyone who can fight against the Junior Heavenly King. As expected of an ancient race. It's really terrifying. Exclamations were heard one after another, and the faces of the saints and saintesses turned ugly because they realized that even if they fought against the Junior Heavenly King, they had no chance of winning. Yi Wudao also looked serious. The Alcade Saint, the 4 symbols Saint, Seiko Dian, and the other top geniuses snorted coldly. Obviously, they did not agree that only Yi Wudao could fight against the Junior Heavenly King. However, they did not intend to fight because they did not know if this was the full strength of the Junior Heavenly King. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu could no longer sit still. The 2 of them stood up, their beautiful eyes full of worry. The dark, red, divine dragon frowned. Damn it, this guy from the heavenly human tribe is too terrifying. Is he a heavenly human? His eyes flickered as he used the great, divine ability of dragons to see through everything. In the distance, the Taishan saint in his blue robe looked at the scene with a smile. It was indeed a golden age. I wonder who will have the last laugh in the end. This guy is strong, Yi Wudao said in a deep voice. The others were even more shocked when they heard this. Even the Saint Physique said so. Could it be that the Junior Heavenly King is really that terrifying? Ha ha ha! Did you see that? This is the power of the heavenly human tribe. The Junior Heavenly King is mighty and can crush the human race. Arrogant voices rang out one after another. At this moment, the people of the heavenly human race were simply too arrogant. Hearing this, the faces of the other saints and saintesses darkened. It's one thing for you to defeat Lin Xian, but you actually said that you could crush the human race. That really pissed them off. That said, Junior Heavenly King was so terrifyingly strong that only Leaf Dowdenier, Holy Sun Alcade, and other terrifying chosen would be able to defeat him. If ordinary saints went up, they would not be a match for the other party. Humph! Who dares to fight me? The Junior Heavenly King held the spiritual sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. He truly looked invincible. Are you so impatient that you want to find someone to fight? Our battle is not over yet. At this moment, a cold voice came from the black hole. What? That guy is still alive. Hearing that voice, the people from the heavenly human clan were the first to scream. The faces of the people from the battle tribe, the Yin-Yang sect, and the 5 temporary palaces sank. Impossible. How could he still be alive after receiving such a ferocious attack? That attack just now could easily kill a saint or saintess. Even if the other party was a top-notch saint, he should have been killed by now. What was going on? For a moment, countless gazes were focused on the black hole. It was Lin Xian's voice. It was Brother Lin Xian's voice. Shun Jingqiu smiled, and Morong Qingqing, who was next to her, also heaved a sigh of relief. That kid is not dead? Humph! So what if he's not dead? He must be half dead. Everyone discussed animatedly. A figure walked out of the black hole in front of them. It was Lin Xian. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were abnormally cold. His body was surrounded by countless sword lights, making it impossible to see his real body. However, everyone's hearts were beating violently. That was because they realized that Lin Xian's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Is this all you've got? If that's the case, then you can die in peace. Lin Xian held the ancient sword in his hand and slashed out. The biting cold sword light turned into a giant dragon and instantly blasted Junior Heavenly King away. Boom! Boom! At the same time, his fists moved. His terrifying fists were like dazzling suns that flew out in the sky. Junior Heavenly King was forced to retreat and vomit blood again. So powerful. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would not have been killed if not for him. Moreover, after coming out, he was too powerful. He directly suppressed Junior Heavenly King. Ah! Junior Heavenly King roared at the sky with a ferocious expression. He held the spiritual sword in his hand and charged over, wanting to shatter the terrifying fists. Boom! 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 This was the power of the 9-yang divine body and the heaven-battling divine fist. The combination of the two was incomparably terrifying. It was as if thousands of suns were blooming, and the terrifying energy directly ignited Junior Heavenly King's body. This was the power of the purest yang. This kid's fists were too terrifying. Everyone exclaimed. The faces of the war tribe were even more ferocious. No, how could the heaven-battling divine fist have such power? Could it be that it was not the heaven-battling divine fist? They were all stunned, because no matter how powerful the opponent was, how could the heaven-battling divine fist be so terrifying? That purest yang energy that could ignite everything was not the heaven-battling divine fist. There was definitely something wrong with this kid's physique. The elites of the war tribe were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah! In the sky full of sun flames, Junior Heavenly King screamed crazily. A destructive energy surged out of his body and directly extinguished the flames on his body. Kid, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you suffer a fate worse than death. The spiritual wings on his back spread out, and the spiritual sword in his hand was filled with murderous intent. You won't have the chance. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. Sword chi flickered, and the great dragon sword soul and 9-yang divine body erupted at this moment. In the sky, countless heaven and earth avatars appeared, directly suppressing an area. Junior Heavenly King was also one with the world, and he used the power of heaven and earth to contend against it. The scene of the apocalypse appeared, and an intense battle caused the entire sky to completely collapse. At this moment, not only Jade Lake, but all the martial artists outside also saw it. Heavens, what happened at Jade Lake? Is someone in a world-ending battle? Isn't it Jade Lake's immortality peach banquet? Why is there a battle? These people were not qualified to enter, so they could only look at the shocking scene and speculate. Dragon roars sounded one after another. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to the extreme, and all kinds of terrifying scenes appeared. Furnace of heaven and earth, destructive divine wind, terrifying lightning tribulation, phoenix, Qilin, dragon. The great dragon sword soul could evolve everything and display any scene. This was probably more terrifying than the heavenly human tribes won with the world. Therefore, Junior Heavenly King kept retreating and vomiting blood. His battle body was dyed red. There was a rain of blood falling between heaven and earth. Among them, a sword light directly slashed on Junior Heavenly King's body, splitting his spiritual shield. Junior Heavenly King was hit by the sword, and one of his arms was cut off. Blood dyed the sky red. What? Junior Heavenly King was injured? His arm was cut off. The experts below were all stunned by what they saw. Chapter 2686. The people of the War Tribe and the Yin sect were even more shocked. Hua, Tiandu, and the other elites of the Demon Imperial Palace were also terrified. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Could it be that he was going to defy the heavens? At this moment, countless saints and sky brides looked at Lin Xian with solemn expressions. Lin Xian was too powerful. He would probably be a very terrifying opponent on the Emperor's road in the future. He was too powerful to be able to suppress the little Sky King. He was definitely one of the top sky prides. Perhaps only peerless sky prides like Yi Wu Dao and the Alcade Sage could fight against him. While they were talking, the situation above them changed again. Lin Xian was too powerful. All kinds of sword qi were unleashed. Moreover, his body was so strong that he didn't even need to dodge. The spiritual energy in the sky surged. He stretched out a large golden hand and directly grabbed one of the little Sky King's spiritual energy wings. Then he pulled it hard. With a crack, the spiritual energy wings were torn off, bringing with it a large amount of blood mist. Ah! The little Sky King rolled in the sky in pain. Although it was a spiritual energy wing, it was one of his great divine abilities. It had long been connected to his bloodline. Now that it was forcefully broken, how could he not be in pain? The sky was filled with blood and feathers, mixed with spirit chi. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. The dark red dragon, on the other hand, was shouting excitedly, "Awesome, this is awesome! Kid, pull off my other wing. You're obviously a human, so why are you pretending to be a beast?" Hearing this, the heavenly human cultivators were so angry that they vomited blood. Lin Xian dared to call them a beast? They couldn't wait to kill him. That was the divine ability of the heavenly human tribe, a symbol of their noble status. Damn snake, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't skin you? I just happen to lack a belt. Humph, Birdman, what are you so arrogant for? If you have the ability, come and fight me for 300 rounds. Watch how this emperor will tear down all of your beast's wings. I'll stew them and eat them. The dark red dragon sneered. He was not afraid of the other party at all. Damn it! Damn snake! I'll fight it out with you. Those people from the celestial race screamed crazily. However, at this time, the celestial race expert snorted coldly. Don't mess around, just watch the battle. Hearing this, the people of the heavenly human tribe trembled. They raised their heads to look at the sky, and their faces instantly darkened. Humiliation. What a huge humiliation. When had the heavenly human tribe ever suffered such oppression? The junior heavenly king, in particular, was about to explode from anger. He was in existence, known as a young heavenly king. What did this mean? It meant that he had reached the peak, invincible, but now it was being beaten back repeatedly by a human brat. Even its pair of spiritual wings had been torn apart by the other party. Ah, look at my Milky Way domain. In an instant, a domain rushed out of Little Sky King's body and enveloped Lin Xian. Brat, I will torture you for 1,000 years. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death every day and every minute. After the Milky Way field enveloped his opponent, Little Sky King was like a demon, emitting a monstrous, murderous aura. Bang! However, in the next moment, he was kicked in the stomach and flew out like a shooting star again. Many of the bones in his body were broken. Crack! Crack! He flew out for a long time before he stopped. Then the bones in his body crackled and recovered. However, his face was terrifyingly dark. Damn it! Impossible! How could you move? His Milky Way field, with the Milky Way flowing inside, could instantly seal the other party. Next, he could torture the other party to his heart's content. However, the other party was enveloped by the Milky Way field and could still counterattack and even injure him. This was beyond his expectations. What Milky Way field? You want to seal me? You're too naive. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon's sword field surrounded his body and directly blocked the Milky Way field. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi surged and blocked the Milky Way that filled the sky. Therefore, Lin Xian took this opportunity to kick Little Sky King away. Get lost. You've already lost. Lin Xian held the ancient sword in his hand, looked at the other party and sneered. Brat, you're courting death. The battle is not over yet. I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. When I use my true trump card, you're dead for sure. Little Sky King screamed crazily. He couldn't bear the contempt in his opponent's eyes at all. Stubborn. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and countless sword chi interweaved in the sky, forming a divine steel that suppressed down. The divine steel was too terrifying. It emitted a desolate aura, and many people below were directly pressed to the ground. Heavens, what is this thing? What exactly did he create? Even the saints and saintesses were screaming. Yi Wudao, the Alcade saint, and the others were also shocked. Bright light enveloped their bodies, and energy surged to resist. Lin Xian naturally used the great dragon sword spirit to simulate the divine steel. He had seen this divine steel at Black Demon Cliff. At that time, it had accompanied the 9 Sun Sword Saints' afterimage. Although Lin Xian had only seen it at that time, he could still simulate it. The aura of the great dragon sword spirit was too terrifying, and the simulation was extremely realistic. Lin Xian guessed that this divine steel could seal everything. Sure enough, as soon as it appeared, many people couldn't move. Little Sky King's face was filled with horror. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he was fixed in midair. Bang! He was directly suppressed by the divine steel and fell heavily to the ground. Lost, Little Sky King was defeated. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Not only was he defeated, but he was also injured and was about to be completely suppressed and sealed. The people of the war tribe were stunned. They had never thought of this scene. They thought that they could easily kill their opponent by inviting Little Sky King. Who would have thought that their opponent was too strong? Even Little Sky King of the heavenly human tribe was no match for him. Ah! Little Sky King roared. Countless blood-red runes appeared on his body, and the power of his bloodline was instantly activated. A tyrannical force surged out, and a crystal-clear bead flew out of his mouth, directly blocking the divine steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, his figure flashed, and he quickly left the place. He appeared in the distance. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His armor was covered in blood, and his face was pale. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Huff! Huff! He panted heavily. his gaze as sharp as a heavenly blade as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. "Kid, you can actually injure me to this extent. You can die now." As he said that, he formed a seal with his palms. The sky was suddenly torn apart, and a huge crack appeared, like a giant beast that was about to swallow Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. The people of the Gu family screamed. Gu Santong's pupils constricted. This is the power of space, very similar to the Gu family's Great Void technique. Chapter 2687. They didn't expect the Celestial tribe to be able to use the power of space. The Celestial tribe was one with the heavens and could use all kinds of power between heaven and earth. The power of space should also be a kind of power between heaven and earth. Yi Wudao's expression was also solemn. The Celestial tribe was too powerful. If they hadn't met such a terrifying enemy like Lin Xian, they would have been killed. If it were any other saint, they would have been killed long ago. When everyone heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This also showed that Lin Xianxian was really too powerful. He had once beaten up the little Sky King. How could such a person be released into the universe? They didn't know. Lin Xian looked at the space cracks above his head and sneered. His body turned into yin and yang energy and kept dodging at an extremely fast speed. "Kid, you can't escape. The entire world is for me to use." The little Sky King's expression was ferocious. This was one of his great divine abilities. He usually didn't want to use it. It was one of his trump cards. But now he couldn't care less. Sure enough, wherever Lin Xian appeared, the space cracked and wanted to devour him. In an instant, thousands of space cracks appeared in the sky. They were so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. "You want to devour me? Do you have the right to do that?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stopped dodging, and his body bloomed with endless light. The 9-yang divine body erupted, and the terrifying energy of the golden god of war swept in all directions. Those space cracks collided and shattered on Lin Xian's body. They couldn't devour him at all. He was too powerful. Everyone spat. They didn't expect that even the great god of the Celestial tribe couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the little Sky King's face was gloomy. He was about to vomit blood. He didn't expect the other party's physique to be so strong. What kind of physique was that? He was about to go crazy. In the next moment, his pupils shrank because all the black holes in the sky were forcefully destroyed by Lin Xian's sword light. Everything around him turned into chaos and no longer existed. What a terrifying sword intent! What a terrifying physique! Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian gripped his killing sword and strode forward. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian was very fast. He arrived in front of little Sky King in 2 steps and raised the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand high up. It was about to land mercilessly. The little Sky King smiled coldly. "You are courting death. Go to hell." Heavenly King roar. Buzz, he opened his mouth, and a sound wave rolled out in all directions. Ah! The surrounding martial artists screamed again and again as blood flowed from their ears. They fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching nonstop. Those elite sky prides hurriedly sealed off their sense of hearing, their faces filled with fear. They took out their treasures one after another and released their auras to protect themselves. Soul attack! Damn it, this guy actually has such a trick up his sleeve. These people were all crazy. Humph, so what if that brat's body is tough? He can't block this kind of sonic soul attack. The members of the heavenly human tribe laughed loudly. However, the others had strange expressions on their faces. The people from the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens, Holy Ground were all terrified. The people from the War tribe also narrowed their eyes. Oh no, what's going on? What happened? Shouldn't you be cheering? The members of the heavenly human tribe were dumbfounded. The other party would definitely die if his soul was destroyed. But why were their allies so shocked? He dares to compete with his soul power? He really doesn't know what's good for him. The dark red divine dragon looked at this scene and sneered. As expected, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and there was even a strange expression on his face. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and looked down as if they were the eyes of a deity. A golden vortex appeared in his right eye and absorbed all the sound wave attack. A ball of soul fire floated out of his left eye and flew forward. Buzz, ah! The little Sky King screamed and kept rolling on the ground. That painful scream made one's scalp go numb. What's going on? What happened? The members of the heavenly human tribe were stunned when they saw this scene. Damn it! This guy also knows how to use soul attack. Moreover, he's an expert in soul power. What's that pair of eyes? They screamed crazily. Now they finally understood why the people around them had such strange expressions. It turned out that the other party was an extremely terrifying soul expert. Damn it, they were too careless. This was the first time they saw Lin Xian. Naturally, they didn't know how terrifying his soul was. The members of the Yin-Yang sect and the Five Elements Palace had seen his soul before. It was impossible to guard against. Before fighting with him, they had to prepare a soul defense to prevent him from sneaking up on them. It could be said that they had never seen anyone who could defeat Lin Xian in terms of soul power. Therefore, they felt very strange when the little Sky King used his soul attack. Previously, they were still a little expectant, thinking that the little Sky King soul attack was also unique and might be able to kill his opponent. But now, it seemed that they were thinking too much. The little Sky King just didn't know that his opponent was a soul expert. Not good, a soul attack. The little Sky King is in danger. The members of the heavenly human tribe were terrified and wanted to go forward to help. The little Sky King roared at the sky. A soul sword formed between his eyebrows and instantly extinguished the soul fire. The next moment, he hurriedly swallowed a pill. His face was terrifyingly pale. Damn kid, how dare you hurt my soul? The little Sky King was about to go crazy. His opponent's sword skills were superb, and his physique was strong. Originally, he thought that his opponent's soul was his weakness, so he wanted to use a soul attack. He didn't expect that his opponent's soul would be so terrifying. Was his opponent an all-rounder? How could he not have a weakness? That was impossible. A person's energy was limited. How could his opponent be so all-rounder? He really couldn't understand. Fortunately, he also had a trump card. He used the soul sword to save his life. Otherwise, that soul fire would have killed him. Thinking of that, he felt a lingering fear. On the other side, Lin Xian was also surprised. You can block my soul fire? He was also very surprised. Once the soul fire was released, it was incomparably terrifying. Basically, no one could dodge it. He didn't expect his opponent to have the means to extinguish it, as expected of the little Sky King of the heavenly human tribe. Damn kid, I'll kill you. I must kill you. After swallowing the pill, the little Sky King roared at the sky. He was covered in blood. His white hair was also dyed red, and his handsome face was incomparably ferocious. He was a genius of the heavenly human tribe. The heavenly human tribe was incomparably terrifying. It was one of the powerful tribes that had been passed down since ancient times. And he was the little Sky King of the heavenly human tribe. His status was extremely noble. When had he not been surrounded by people who treated him with utmost respect? No one had ever dared to resist him and seriously injured him. Therefore, he couldn't stand it. Chapter 2688. Do you have what it takes to kill me? Lin Xian's aura became more and more terrifying. His murderous intent was like a vast ocean, surging through the void. Kid, I admit that you're strong. You're the strongest opponent I've ever met. However, do you really think you can defeat me? I still have my most powerful trump card that I haven't used yet. Now, take a good look at me. You can be proud that you're going to die under my divine power." The junior heavenly king floated in the void. Streaks of blood-red runes appeared on his body and shrouded him. A terrifying aura emanated from the junior heavenly king. On the other hand, the junior heavenly king became solemn. His body flickered more and more, as if he had turned into a merciless heavenly river. Beside him, countless blood-colored runes formed 36 blood-colored vortexes. There seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged in each of the vortexes. It was as if they were gods. They exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Those were the 36 heavenly spirits. Finally, there were older generation figures who screamed, their faces full of fear. 36 heavenly spirits? What's that? The other young martial artists were puzzled. It was one of the most powerful divine powers of the heavenly human tribe. Legend had it that the 36 heavenly spirits were summoned by the heavenly human tribe using their bloodline power to communicate with the heavens and earth. Some even said that they were immortal spirits. Regardless, the 36 heavenly spirits were too terrifying. It was definitely one of the most powerful divine powers. What? There's such a divine power? Everyone was shocked. The junior heavenly human tribe used their own power to communicate with the heavens and earth to summon 36 gods to help him fight. That was too heaven-defying. The heavenly human tribe had such a terrifying divine power. Everyone was stunned. Previously, they thought that the junior heavenly king couldn't win no matter how powerful he was. However, they didn't expect the junior heavenly king to have such a terrifying trump card. Who would be afraid of him when he used his trump card? Even Yi Wudao wouldn't be able to resist it. Sure enough, the Yaoguang saint Yi Wudao, Yan Ruyu, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, and the others looked extremely solemn. Lin Xian also frowned. He felt a chill run down his spine from the 36 blood-red shadows. Even though he had the 9-yang divine body, the blood in his body trembled violently. What a terrifying ability! Could 36 heaven spirits summon divine spirits and immortal phantoms? The celestial race was truly terrifying. He actually possessed such a terrifying divine ability. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. On the other side, the little Sky King threw his head back and laughed. Once again, he revealed a cruel smile. "Kid, did you see that? This is my trump card. Do you think you can contend against me? No one in the world could save him. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't let you go." At this point, the little heavenly king laughed out loud. Beside him, the 36 dipper stars shone even brighter. An extremely terrifying power surged out, causing everyone to continuously retreat. Those who were weaker directly fainted from this power. Boom! The next moment, the junior heavenly king made his move. A palm shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth. 36 blood-colored silhouettes vibrated, emitting a mysterious rhythm. Waves of terrifying energy were added to the palm. With a single palm strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian dodged quickly, but in the end he was still hit by the palm wind. Puff! He was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood that dyed the void red. He's injured. That kid is injured. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked. The 36 dipper stars were indeed terrifying. Lin Xian was injured by a single palm strike. One had to know that Lin Xian's physique was so terrifying that the little Sky King couldn't hurt him at all. But now, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood after a single palm strike. This meant that the 36 dipper stars were really terrifying. This palm strike should be able to injure a sacred body. Sure enough, Yi Wudao's face was also gloomy. Obviously, he was also threatened. In the sky, the little Sky King laughed out loud. "Kid, do you see that? This is my true strength. In front of me, you have no chance to resist at all." As he spoke, he waved his palm again. The blood-colored palm and the power of the 36 dipper stars continued to surge out. Lin Xian stepped back step by step, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Blood dyed his body red, and his face became ferocious. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian's body shone with a mysterious light. Countless runes and Taoist runes appeared on his body. At this moment, he displayed the 9-yang divine body without holding back. He seemed to have turned into an ancient god of war. His body alone was enough to crush heaven and earth. Not only that, Lin Xian held a dragon-shaped sword in his hand. The sword qi on his body was even more monstrous. His aura was enough to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 36 dipper stars? I admit that you're strong, but so what? It's impossible for you to kill me. You're courting death. Do you think you can still resist me? Now go to hell for me. The little Sky King sneered. He formed a seal with his palms and quickly attacked. Boom! Tyrant fist of the firmament. The little Sky King threw out 5 punches in a row. 5 blood-colored fists, with the power of the 36 dipper stars enveloped heaven and earth. Go to hell, brat. The little Sky King was full of confidence. Below, the people of the heavenly human tribe also laughed complacently. The people of the war tribe and the Yin-Yang sect looked even more ferocious. They knew that no one below the invincible king realm could resist such power, unless a real invincible king realm expert descended. Brother Lin Xian, Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were extremely nervous. Even the dark red divine dragon frowned. Kid, use your full strength. Sure enough, facing the 5 terrifying blood-colored fists, Lin Xian's body tensed up. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly. He held the dragon-shaped sword with both hands. Dragon soul slash. With a roar, the dragon-shaped sword slashed out. Heaven and earth shattered. A sword qi streaked across the void. Wherever it passed, the entire sky was cut in half. Nothing could resist it. Everyone screamed because the sword was too terrifying. Although it was not slashed at them, the aura alone was enough to split their bodies. Many people vomited blood. They could not bear it at all. Hurry up and run. These young warriors fled into the distance as if they had gone mad. In the distance, in the palaces, the elders and powerhouses of the great sage also moved out. They came to the sky and looked ahead in horror. What was going on? What happened? It was still the same 2 people fighting. What kind of sword qi was that? What was that blood-colored vortex? These people were crazy. They knew that Lin Xian and the other prodigies were fighting, but they did not expect it to be so terrifying. It was far beyond the strength of the older generation. Even the invincible king's eyelids twitched wildly. Chapter 2689. He was indeed a genius with the potential of a great emperor. The heavenly human tribe was the heavenly human tribe's little Sky King. What kind of superpower was that? It was one of the most powerful superpowers of the heavenly human tribe, the 36 celestial stars. This little Sky King was too powerful. He was able to use such a powerful superpower at such a young age. That young man was the master of the immortal palace. Heavens, he was able to fight against the 36 celestial stars. What kind of sword skill did he use? The elders and experts of the sacred grounds exclaimed. At this moment, the people of the heavenly human tribe frowned. They did not expect their little Sky King to be unable to defeat his opponent even after using such a superpower. On the immortal palace's side, the eyes of the great guardian and the others flickered. They knew about the 36 celestial stars of the heavenly human tribe. To be honest, they were worried about Lin Xian. However, when they saw Lin Xian's shocking sword qi, they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Lin Xian would not be defeated. In the sky, the 2 terrifying forces collided and exploded, covering heaven and earth. Everyone retreated. The elders of the Jade Lake sacred ground were even more frantic. They activated a large array formation and directed the energy to the sky. The collision lasted for a very long time before it gradually weakened. Everyone retreated to a safe distance and looked at the sky in shock. Are they still two young sky prides? Why do I feel like two invincible kings are fighting? That's right. It's too scary. Are they really the same age as us? I wonder what the result is. No Flower said. Beside him, Gousantong also sighed. No, the light was too strong. There was no way to detect it. Is it coming out? In front of them, the endless energy storm suddenly spun rapidly, and the light dimmed quickly. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. They craned their necks and looked forward. The light gradually dimmed. Finally, they could see the scene in front of them. Then everyone's jaws dropped. They were dumbfounded. They saw that Little Sky King's body had been split into two halves. His body hadn't been torn apart, but the terrifying cracks allowed them to see his internal organs. Lin Xian's body was also riddled with injuries. There are several palm prints on his body, and there were also several cracks on his body. However, the light on his body was still incomparably resplendent, and his aura was also very sharp. It seemed like his injuries weren't as serious as the Junior Sky King's. Little Sky King's body was drenched in blood. The 36 Big Dippers around him were gone. At this moment, he was extremely weak. Impossible. I can't possibly lose. You actually managed to break through my 36 celestial spirits. The Little Sky King screamed like a madman. He wanted to heal his broken body, but the sharp sword chi within the wound prevented him from doing so. This was the aura of the great dragon Sword Soul. It was not so easy to erase it, not to mention that Little Sky King was seriously injured. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body blossomed with radiance as the secret art of longevity circulated rapidly to heal his injuries. He gripped the ancient dragon abyss sword again and walked forward. Heavenly human race? Little Heavenly King? You want to kill me? Today, I will send you to hell first. Lin Xian walked forward step by step, each step leaving behind a trail of blood. He was basically walking on the void and blood. Seeing this scene, the people of the heavenly human race screamed, like crazy. No, damn brat. How dare you attack the Little Sky King? They were really crazy. If the Little Sky King died here, the entire heavenly human race would probably riot. The others were even more shocked. What was this guy trying to do? Could it be that he really wanted to kill the Little Sky King? The Little Sky King also screamed in horror. How dare you kill me? If you kill me, the heavenly human race won't let you off. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will suppress you and bring you back to teach you a lesson. What? He wants to suppress the Little Sky King and teach him a lesson? Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched wildly. This was even more terrifying than death. If he really did that, the Little Sky King would probably not be able to raise his head in the younger generation. Damn it, how dare you! A few of the heavenly human race's geniuses rushed forward and wanted to attack, but they were soon sent flying. Lin Xian waved his long sword and sent them flying. These powerhouses of the heavenly human race vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The others were all shocked. Damn it! How could he still be so powerful? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. In the sky, along with his sword chi, another heavenly steel was formed, trying to suppress the Little Sky King. No, the Little Sky King roared powerlessly, but his broken body was bleeding even more because of the intense movement. He couldn't escape at all. Seeing that the Little Sky King was about to be suppressed, the others were also shocked. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky. Enough, that's enough. There was a ruthless power in the voice. Then, a large hand blocked the heavenly steel in the sky. An old man appeared beside the Little Sky King. With a wave of his hand, countless rays of light restored the Little Sky King's broken body. The sharp sword chi was also destroyed by the other party. An invincible king. It was the invincible king of the heavenly human race. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect that the invincible king of the heavenly human race would make a move in the end. Everyone was shocked. In the sky, the invincible king of the heavenly human race looked gloomy. After he saved the little Sky King, he looked at Lin Xian again. "All right, you can stop now. You've won this battle." Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and kept the ancient dragon abyss sword. "Thank you for letting me win." He nodded slightly, turned around, and went to the platform below. Then he took out a few pills and swallowed them. Brother Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu quickly ran over. Morong Qingchen also hurriedly took out some pills. "Brother Xian, hurry and eat this thing." Jade Lake Holy Water. The eyes of the saints and saintesses lit up when they saw this. This was the sacred medicine of the Jade Lake, sacred ground. They didn't expect the saintess of the Jade Lake to take it out without hesitation. Lin Xian took it and swallowed it. Sure enough, he felt an incomparably pure energy repairing his body. Soon the cracks and internal injuries on his body were healed in an instant. It's amazing. No wonder it's the sacred medicine of the Jade Lake, sacred ground. Lin Xian was surprised. "Damn brat, just you wait. This competition isn't over. One day I'll get my revenge." In the sky, the little Sky King's body was also healed. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll fight you anytime. However, if this is all you've got, I advise you not to fight again, because you're no match for me at all." Hearing this, the little Sky King was so angry that he vomited blood. The martial artists of the heavenly human race were also gnashing their teeth. Arrogant, too arrogant,